friends, real quick. We're on a mission to hit 25,000 subscribers by Halloween, and every single sub, like, and comment helps push The Darkest Hour out to a wider audience. And remember, we never have ads in between our stories. So if you enjoy spooky stories and want to help this haunted little corner of YouTube grow, hit that subscribe button because it truly makes a difference. Thank you. Now, on with the show. I used to work at a psychiatric facility for teenagers. It was kind of a creepy place, temporal wiring, and a heavy silence that settled in deep into your chest. It was sad, but it was something else too. My first week, the power went out. A breaker had flipped, and maintenance said that it would be at least 3 hours before they could get there. I volunteered to check myself. The other staff members sort of went quiet, and when no one offered to go with me, that probably should have been my first clue. The basement, it was what you'd expect. Cold, damp. I was scanning the breaker box when I heard a man's voice behind me, clear as day. "What are you doing?" I jumped and turned around, expecting to see someone. Maybe maintenance came early and slipped in without me hearing. But there was no one there. The basement stairs were loud enough to hear even one step, and yet I was alone. I never found the flipped breaker. When I came back up and asked if anyone had come down, every staff member was accounted for. That was the first time that something happened, but it wasn't the last. Not long after, a strange smell started to show up. Gardenias. Overpowering and artificial, like perfume poured on too heavy. Every time I smelled it, I'd get dizzy and nauseous. Sometimes I had to step outside just to breathe. Some of the kids said that they smelled it too, and so did a few of the staff. There was never an explanation for it. And then there were the hands. One night on an overnight shift, I was stationed in the living room near the basement door. I glanced over and froze. There were hands, 3, maybe 4 pairs, clawing at the bottom of the door. Pale, frantic, stretching under the crack like they were trying to pull themselves through. I didn't even move. I remember just staring until they vanished right in front of me. I knew I wasn't crazy, but what the hell was that? Another night, I was sitting at the opposite end of where the makeshift living room was. I heard footsteps upstairs. Everyone was accounted for. I went to the bottom of the stairs and I saw 2 glowing red eyes hovering just above the top step. I stared right into them, and then I hissed without even thinking, "Leave him alone." I heard a growl, and I watched those eyes disappear. There was a boy, 17, sharp kid. He was just a week away from discharge and had a full college scholarship lined up. Not the type to make things up. It was one of the days where the kids from the children's hospital would come over. We were all playing hide and seek, staff included, to keep things light. I was the seeker. I spotted someone slipping into a closet. In the same room, a blanket on the bed looked like someone hiding underneath. I pulled it back. Nothing there. But then something black streaked past the corner of my vision, fast into the next room. The kid in the closet came out, pale. I heard someone say, "Got you," and then I felt a hand on my shoulder. He said, "That wasn't you, right?" The night shifts actually got worse. I once saw a shadow of a man, tall, solid, walking through a blind corner. I caught him in the mirror, and I saw him again in the reflection of the kitchen window. I waited as he passed through the side door and vanished. Sometimes after shifts, I'd get into my car and see a figure in the back seat. I'd speak aloud, "You're not welcome here. You cannot come with me." Usually it disappeared, but once something latched onto my back. It was cold and heavy and paralyzing. I literally couldn't drive. It took 15 minutes of prayer and sheer will to shake it off. The longer I worked there, the more I unraveled. My anxiety spiked. I was constantly paranoid. I developed severe insomnia and gained a dangerous amount of weight. By the time I left, I was barely functioning. And the strange thing, I didn't leave because of the hauntings. I probably should have, but I didn't. I left because one of the boys, a sweet, quiet kid who aged out of the program, took his own life. After everything, after all the support, the progress, it still wasn't enough. That broke me more than the shadows ever could. I moved on to an assisted living facility. The deaths there were expected, natural, peaceful. People who had lived full lives. Some things still follow me, but I learned how to leave the door closed. There's a certain window of time right after you wake up, but before you're fully awake, where everything feels a little off, like the world has somehow shifted and it's waiting for you to notice. That's the only way I can describe what happened this night in the garage apartment. It was a temporary place, just a few months while I transitioned between jobs. Small, nothing fancy, tucked above a detached garage behind a quiet house that I found on Craigslist. The rent was cheap, probably too cheap, but I liked that it was separate from the main house and the landlord seemed normal enough. We barely spoke and I liked it that way. One night I came home exhausted, laid down without even turning on the lights. I remember thinking that I'd just rest my eyes for a bit before showering. Next thing I knew, I was waking up in that in-between space, aware of the room, but not quite part of it yet. It wasn't dark. The streetlight outside threw just enough of a glow through the curtain to outline the furniture in soft, grainy shadows. But I was seeing more than just grainy shadows of furniture. I saw figures, unmoving at first, all completely black, like the absence of light carved into the shape of people. It wasn't hazy or transparent like you'd imagine a ghost. These were solid. And then they moved, not toward me and not reaching to me at all. They just started doing things. One was crouched near a mini fridge, opening and closing it gently, like checking what was inside. Another was wiping down what appeared to be countertops, slow and methodical. And a third one just stood at the closet, folding something carefully. They weren't performing. It wasn't a haunting display meant to scare me. It looked like a quiet, domestic moment, frozen in time, and now slowly playing back. Familiar in every way except for the fact that none of it should have been happening. I should have felt afraid, I guess, but what I felt was disoriented, like I'd stumbled into someone else's day by mistake. Then the one folding the blanket tilted its head slightly, almost like it heard something, and looked in my direction. Not directly at me, but close, I assume. Just enough to pull me fully awake. I blinked. The room was empty. Nothing disturbed or moved, just silence in that dim yellow light seeping through the curtain. I never saw them again. I never felt watched or anything like people say. But I still think about that moment, how ordinary it all was, how it looked, and how it just felt like I'd brushed up against another version of this place, one that didn't know I was there. I've never mentioned this before, but it's one of those memories that stayed razor sharp, even decades later. I was maybe 12 or 13 when my family moved into that house, older neighborhood. From the beginning, something felt off. The first thing that we noticed were footsteps in the attic. But I think the weirdest part about that was you couldn't stand up in the attic. It was more of a crawl space, wedged between the ceiling and the roof, Still, we heard it. Distinct, deliberate footsteps, right above our head and usually at night. My parents said it was probably rats, or maybe a stray cat that found its way in, but my grandmother refused to come over anymore. Said the house made her chest feel heavy. My grandma, she's been like that though, a little woo-woo. But then the sightings started happening. Glimpses, mostly things that you could explain away if you really wanted to. Other things were a bit harder to explain. A woman peeking around the corner when no one was home. A little boy darting past the bathroom door. The silhouette of a tall man standing at the end of the hall, completely still. But the worst of it happened late one night. My dad's bedroom was across from my brother's room, and I'd gotten into the habit of sleeping in there sometimes, especially on the weekends. It was comforting, even if we all ended up crammed together like a pile of laundry. That night, me and two of my brothers were watching a movie on a little portable DVD player, huddled under a blanket. My youngest brother had already been knocked out, breathing softly beside me. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed something low to the ground, just beyond the doorframe. A figure crawling, hands and knees, into the room. I assumed it was my dad. He had this habit of sneaking around to scare us, crawling in, grabbing someone's foot, that kind of thing. We usually saw it coming and tried not to react, just to mess with him. So, thinking it was one of his pranks, I gave a tiny nod toward the door. A silent, "Yeah, I see you," to my older brother. He smirked and rolled his eyes. We both looked away, waiting for the foot grab. But it didn't come. Instead, the hallway lit up. My dad's bedroom door opened directly across from us. Bright light spilled into the hall, casting long shadows across the floor. He stepped out, rubbed his eyes. "Everything okay in there?" I sat straight up, heart in my throat. There was no one in the room but us. No one was crawling. Nothing to explain what I'd seen. And furthermore, my dad came out because he said he heard us yelling. I must have turned pale because my brother asked if I was all right. I didn't answer right away. I was still trying to make sense of it. The thing I saw didn't vanish. It didn't blink or dissolve into mist. It moved like a person, with weight and intention. But it hadn't been our dad. It hadn't been anything. Still, I don't know what it was. Just that it wasn't supposed to be there, I don't think. And in that house, things like that didn't seem to care if you noticed them or not. They just were there. My girlfriend, now my wife, was sleeping over at my place back when this happened. I was going through a stretch of pretty bad insomnia. No real reason for it. I just couldn't sleep more than a few hours at a time. And on this particular night, I was wide awake. It was probably around 2 or 3 in the morning. So the room was completely still. And there was just the faint hum of my computer. As my girl slept next to me, breathing steady, blanket half off, I was just lying there, staring up at the ceiling, when something fell off my desk across the room. I didn't hear it slide or shift, just clatter, sharp and sudden. It wasn't even that loud, but it felt weird, like it was meant to get my attention. The air changed in the room. You ever get that weird static feeling, like something feels wrong, but you just can't really explain it? That's what hit me. I pulled the blanket up over my face. I don't know why. I was a grown man hiding like a kid, but it was instinct. I kept telling myself it was probably just something small that had been precariously placed. Maybe a pen, a thumb drive. But then I heard breathing. It certainly wasn't my girlfriend's breathing. It was heavy and slow. Something was exhaling right in front of me. It wasn't across the room where the noise had come from. It was right at the edge of the bed. I could move, but I didn't. I was listening, heart pounding in my ears as this breathing circled from the foot of the bed around to the side where I was laying. It was so close I could practically feel it on the blanket. It definitely wasn't my girlfriend. I could hear hers too, calm, rhythmic. Then, without warning, she stirred, shifted a bit, mumbled something. I stayed completely still under the covers, trying to listen past the sound of my own panic. She sat up and threw the blanket off, clearly about to get up and use the bathroom. I heard her feet touch the floor, and then she screamed. It wasn't startled or confused. It was pure terror. She backed up onto the bed so fast she almost knocked over the nightstand, already crying before I could even ask what happened. "There's a girl," she sobbed. "She's right there, sitting on the floor." My stomach dropped. I launched myself off the bed in a single move, straight for the light switch, and slammed it on. Of course, there was nothing there now, just an old hoodie crumpled near the foot of the bed that hadn't been there before, or maybe it had. I didn't know what was real at that point. I asked her what she saw. She said it looked like a little girl sitting in the fetal position, facing the floor. When she stepped towards her, the girl looked up, her eyes wide, like she was scared, and then she vanished. I told her about the breathing, how I'd heard it circling the bed just moments before. We didn't sleep the rest of that night. We just sat there with the lights on, not really saying much. Every creak in the house made us flinch. We don't live there anymore, and we never saw the girl again, but we both still think about it more than we care to admit. I was maybe 8 or 9 when this happened, but I still remember the sound of that voice like it just happened yesterday. My little brother and I were spending the weekend at our grandparents' house. They lived in this tiny village that backed right up to dense woods. No sidewalk, barely any streetlights, just endless trees, and really quiet. The quiet that makes you hear things that might not be there. We played outside most of the afternoon while the sun was still up. Kickball, digging in the flower beds, that kind of thing. I don't think that we were even supposed to be out that late, but no one came to get us, so we stayed. The sun had dipped low enough that the woods were already in full shadow, but the garden still had a little bit of light. We were by the back hedge when we heard something. It was my grand's voice. "Kids, come here for a second." It wasn't loud, just low enough that we both stopped and looked forward at the tree line. She called again. This time, she said my name, and then my little brother's. The only reason we didn't go is because something about it didn't sit right with me. I just remember this weird hesitation, like my brain couldn't figure out why she would be in the woods instead of calling us from the back porch like she always did. I grabbed my brother's arm and I told him to wait. He asked why. I didn't really have an answer for him, but we just stood there for a few seconds. And then I said, "Let's go check inside." I don't know why I was so certain, but something about the way the voice sounded, I guess. It was like her, but not. Kept me from taking another step, really. It wasn't wrong in an obvious way. My little brother was ready to run out there. That's what made it worse. It was too perfect. Like someone doing an impression. We ran inside and my step-granddad looked up from the living room like nothing was going on. I asked where Gran was. He said that she was upstairs, getting ready for bed. She hadn't left the house all evening. I remember just standing there, stuck between feeling embarrassed for asking and cold all over, like my skin knew something that my little brain didn't. I told her about it later, what we heard, where the voice came from. She brushed it off like it was our imagination, but I noticed that she started locking the back door earlier after that. And the next time we visited, the curtain over the back door had been replaced with something thicker, something you couldn't see through at night. We may have never talked about it again, but I haven't forgotten it. Not the sound of the voice, or the way that it said our names. It was calling to us. Two years before our 15-year-old daughter, Allie, died in a car accident, I had a dream that she would die in a car accident. In the years since the accident, our life has been turned upside down, but we also have experienced countless events involving Allie that brought us comfort. One night I was playing a word game on my iPad. I began a fresh game and waited for the new tiles to dispense. I was thinking of my daughter. When they did dispense, it stole my breath. There, in a perfect order, were just 3-letter tiles. A-L-Y. Coincidence? I didn't think so. I often dream of Allie where she's sitting by my side, yet I'm the only one who knows she's there. She's invisible to everyone else. She said that it has to be this way for reasons I can't understand. But she's always with us. My husband used to beg for a dream from Allie. He just wanted to be sure his baby girl was okay. One night he got something far more. I remember moaning in my sleep, a deep guttural moan. Only a bereaved mother understands. My husband said he looked at me to make sure I was okay, and in that moment, Allie's face was transposed onto mine. He got his wish. Some people believe after-death contact is evil. How can something that brings so much comfort be evil? It's been 10 years now, and Allie doesn't visit often, but I always know she's there. And that brings tremendous comfort to my broken heart. I used to work at a cafe in a newly gentrified neighborhood. A few years ago, you couldn't safely drive down the street after dark, but now it's like a little slice of Mayberry, except for the alleyway behind my cafe. My friend worked there first, but he moved away. Before he left, he suggested me as a replacement. We got to work together for his last week, and I learned the ropes. One of my duties was to take the trash out at the end of each shift. On my first day, we took it out together, and he told me to be careful because an evil spirit was haunting the alley. There have been multiple murders there over the years, muggings and gang wars gone wrong. I thought that he was messing with me, but he wouldn't relent. He just insisted that I'd get proof soon enough. Supposedly, the dumpster lids have tried to close on his hands multiple times, so I needed to throw the bags inside. The lids fold over the sides of the dumpster, so I couldn't imagine how they could close on their own. The wind would have to be insane. Nothing particularly unusual happened all week. Sometimes we would catch a glimpse of something darting behind the dumpster, but I assumed that it was a rat or a cat. The steak and seafood restaurant is on the other side of the alley, so there's no shortage of wildlife. The following week, my training wheels were off. I wasn't worried about evil spirits at all. I spent my breaks vaping in the alley, and one day a girl from the restaurant came out a few minutes after me. She said that she'd been waiting for someone else before she took her own break because she was too afraid to be out there alone. We talked a little, and she claimed that both of our dumpsters started shaking while she was out there the day before, that it was violent, like there were bum fights happening inside. But both were too full of trash for anyone to actually be in there. When I suggested it could have been animals, she shook her head. The shaking was so hard that parts of the dumpsters would lift off the ground. It only went on for a few seconds, but it terrified her. She seemed genuine. I was pretty skeptical. I even asked if she'd known Brett, but she said she'd only been working there for a few days. I mean, I didn't necessarily believe her, but I didn't want to argue either. For the next few days, she appeared every time I went on break, and we would shoot the shit till it was time to go back in. And then I had a shift on her day off, and I was out there alone again. It was in the evening, just starting to get dark outside. I dropped my vape pen, bent down to pick it up, and I got shoved into the wall, hard. I barely got my hands up in time to stop my face from hitting brick. I turned around, furious, but there was no one else out there. No one. I walked up and down the alley looking for someone hiding, but it was just empty. There had been no footsteps, nothing. I know I was pushed. I felt something touch my lower back and shove me forward. That's a really hard sensation to imagine. If I'd lost my balance, I would have fallen with way less force. That shit really got to me. I had no way to explain it. I skipped my last break for that shift. It took me 3 seconds to chuck the trash out when we closed, and I went straight home. The next couple of weeks were normal. I was rarely alone, and when I was, it was only for a few minutes. Eventually, I forgot about the incident. Time has a way of distorting our memories, so I let myself believe maybe I had been mistaken. Maybe I had tripped over my own foot. Who the hell knows? Now comes the reason I had to find a new job. I worked the lunch shift on a bright, sunny day. Nothing nefarious about it at all. So when it came time to take out the trash, I really wasn't worried about anything. All I had to do was toss it and go. Well, one of the bags broke open on the back swing, and the trash went everywhere. I started picking it up, and though I didn't notice a breeze, a coffee cup blew out of reach as I bent down for it. It was like a cartoon. I would try to grab it, and it would blow a little further away. Finally, it landed against the restaurant wall, against the back of the dumpster. As soon as my hand touched it, a sharp pain radiated through my wrist, like something was biting me. I don't mean like a bug. I mean something bigger. It hurt. It felt like multiple teeth were puncturing my skin. I instantly dropped the cup and started inspecting my arm. I fully expected to see blood, but the skin was unbroken. Instead, there was a thin, bright red circle forming around the backside of my wrist. I ran to the bathroom and held it under some cold water, but it did nothing to help. I went home and the pain only got worse. By the next day, it looked like someone had branded me. The thin ring on my wrist had turned into a blister, just like a second-degree burn. I swear, it didn't touch anything. All I did was bend down for a stupid cup. Even if I had touched something, there was nothing on the wall or the dumpster that could do that. It was a sunny day, but not nearly hot enough to turn a dumpster into a branding iron. I don't know what the hell happened. My wrist healed after a few weeks and it's fine now, but I didn't want to work at that cafe anymore. I got a new job waitressing in a different part of town, and I haven't gone back since. I grew up in a neighborhood where every 4th of July meant chaos in the best and worst ways. There was no official fireworks, just whatever people could get their hands on from across the state line. By 6 p.m., our street would fill with smoke. Kids running barefoot, adults yelling half-hearted warnings like, "Careful with that," while lighting Roman candles in each other's directions. It was fun until it wasn't. There was a story all of the older kids told. Every year around the bonfire or during an awkward lull after sparklers ran out, someone would bring it up. Bottle Rocket Boy. The way I heard it was he was a kid from a few blocks over who blew himself up by taping too many fireworks together and trying to launch them from a glass bottle. Some versions said that it took off while he was looking down the barrel. Others said that the bottle exploded in his hands. They never found all the pieces. The older kids said that he still showed up sometimes. Burned clothes, no eyes, holding a bottleneck in one hand. You'd see him watching fireworks from the edge of the yard. If you looked too long, he'd look back. I never believed any of it. It was a scare tactic, a way to keep the younger kids from being stupid with explosives. But then the year that I turned 15, something happened. It was just me and 3 friends that summer. Jared, Lucas, Simone. We were bored, too old for sparklers, too broke for the real stuff. So we stole some leftover bottle rockets from Lucas's older brother, and we lit them up in the alley behind my house. We taped 3 of them together like idiots, stuck them in a broken beer bottle, and pointed it toward the sky. Jared lit the fuse, and we all scrambled back. The rockets launched, kind of. One went up and the other spun wildly. One hit a tree. Another slammed into a fence. Total mess, but we laughed like it was the best thing ever. But then Lucas stopped laughing. "Who's that?" he said. Across the alley near the edge of the brush, someone was standing. They weren't moving, they were just outside of the reach of the streetlight. We thought maybe it was a neighbor at first until they stepped forward into view. His face, blistered. His clothes, all fucked up, melted in places. He looked like a burned-up crash dummy, dressed like a kid from the 90s. One hand hung useless at his side. The other, shattered brown bottle. Just the neck. He looked straight at us. Simone whispered, "Fucking bottle rocket boy." Half joking, like she didn't believe with her own eyes what we were seeing. And then the kid smiled, or at least looked like he did. With that, he turned around and disappeared into the dark. We ran inside, left everything behind. Before going in, Jared threw up in my front yard. The next day we went back because of course we did. The bottle that we used was shattered. Nothing weird about it, but near the fence where we'd seen the kid, there was another bottle. Old brown glass, almost melted at the base, like it had been pulled from a fire. None of us were touching it. We didn't really light fireworks off after that, at least not in our neighborhood. None of us really talked about that either. Last summer, though, when I saw Simone at a bar while we were visiting home, we caught up, had a drink. When I stood up to leave, she leaned in and said, "Whenever you hear fireworks, you think about that kid?" I shook my head. For sure. When I was 18, I was heading to an after party with a couple of friends. It was around 2 a.m. It was a weird dead zone of the night where everything feels a little bit off. It's too empty. The roads being particularly empty. No cars, no people, just long stretches of nothing. We were driving through this semi-rural area, and we passed this gas station that had clearly been closed for hours. The windows were dark, the sign was off, and the place just had that shut-down tight vibe. But one single light, just one, was still glowing above the pumps, and under it, an old woman. Like, very old, easily 80s or 90s. But what really got me was what she was wearing. It looked like a Victorian nightgown, full-length, pale, almost glowing in the harsh pump light. There was no jacket or purse, just her, standing there alone, barefoot, I think. She wasn't moving. She was just staring, straight ahead, not at us or the station, just out into the void. We all saw her. Everyone in the car went dead silent. No car in sight, no bus stop nearby, and no way in hell that she walked there from anywhere. We were miles from the nearest neighborhood or store. It wasn't just weird, it was wrong. We slowed down a little, not enough to stop. None of us were trying to die that night, but enough to get a good look. She didn't flinch, didn't look at us, didn't seem aware of us at all. Just this fragile, ancient-looking woman standing perfectly still under a single flickering light at a shut-down station, looking like she stepped out of a dream or a funeral. It was weird. The rest of the drive was whatever. We got to the party and tried to brush it off, but it stuck with us. It felt like we'd seen something we weren't supposed to see. A few hours later, we left, same road, same route. The gas station was dark, and the woman was gone. No indication that she was ever there, other than the fact that we saw her. We even pulled in for a second just to look. No one. No shoe prints, no sign of anyone. We've never figured it out. No missing person reports, no stories in the news. Just a moment burned into our brains that none of us can explain. I don't claim to know what we saw. It could have just been some old lady, but I don't think so. Whatever she was, I don't think it's a ride that she was looking for. This is something that happened, and I still can't explain it. I was driving home from a weekend trip out in rural Pennsylvania. It was around 2 a.m., and I was stupidly trying to make it all the way home in one stretch. The roads were pitch black, with no streetlights, barely any cell service, just trees and empty highway. At one point, I started getting that tunnel vision feeling. Heavy eyes, brain foggy. I knew I needed to pull over, but I kept telling myself just 10 more minutes. I remember looking at the clock, 2:17, and that's when I heard it. Clear as day, a woman's voice, soft but urgent, right next to my ear in the passenger seat. Stop the car. I slammed on the brakes without thinking. My heart was racing. I looked over. No one there, obviously. My headlights lit up the road just ahead, and that's when I saw it. A massive tree had fallen across both lanes, fresh, bark still breaking off. No reflectors, no warnings. If I hadn't stopped right then, I would have hit it, going 60 miles an hour. I sat there for a long time, just staring, shaking, trying to process what had just happened. I eventually called 911 once I got enough signal. They sent someone out, and the officer told me that they'd just gotten another call from someone who did crash into that same tree from the opposite direction. Minor injuries, thank God. I never figured out what that voice was. No radio on, the windows were up, and I wasn't dreaming. I was driving, fully awake after that moment especially. I don't hear voices, typically, and I don't really believe in ghosts. At least, I didn't. But that voice saved my life, no doubt in my mind. So, whatever or whoever you were, thank you. My grandmother loved her house. She didn't just live in it, she created it. Every detail, from the custom woodwork to the imported wallpaper, it was her choice. She sourced antiques from around the world, filled every room with carefully chosen pieces. It was less a home and more a curated museum of her taste, her travels, her spirit. People used to say she poured her heart and soul into it. Maybe she did. When she passed, she died in that house, right in her room. While I was sleeping just one door away, I woke to the sound of her falling. The memories never fully left me. After that night, I couldn't go near that end of the house. The moment I got close to her bedroom, I'd feel strange, chilled, unwell, like the air was thicker, suffocating somehow, and I wasn't supposed to be there. My dog, who adored my grandparents and used to follow them everywhere, refused to enter the house again. We brought him once after her death, just once, and he lost it, tried to claw his way out the front door. He was always curious, always friendly, but that day, he didn't just avoid her room, he wouldn't even step past the entryway. Years passed, and eventually I got married. Instead of buying our own place, we decided to move in together there. It didn't feel right to let it sit untouched or to sell it, but even as an adult, I couldn't bring myself to sleep in that wing of the house. We lived at the far end and locked my grandmother's rooms. I didn't step foot in there once. Anytime I got near, I'd feel the same unwell, shaky, cold feeling. It wasn't just in waking life either. After my husband moved in fully, the nightmares started. They weren't just about the house, they were about her. My grandmother, the kindest, warmest person I've ever known, appeared in my dreams as someone else entirely. Not cruel exactly, but angry, cold. Her presence in the dreams filled me with dread, and the house was part of it, as if they were bound together, one and the same. Even after we left the country and the house stood empty again, the dreams continued. Always the same themes: her room, her belongings, her face, watching me. Last year, we finally sold it. My mother was the one who packed everything up. She said she felt like she had to keep apologizing to my grandmother as she worked, talking to the empty rooms, saying sorry over and over again. Since then, the dreams have stopped. The house is gone. I feel lighter now, like whatever was there finally let go. You could say it was all in my head: grief, childhood trauma, some psychological echo of loss. But then again, I never dreamed of my father, or my grandfather, or even my dog, all of whom I've loved and lost. Only her, only the house. I never expected to inherit anything, but when my grandmother passed away, my mom asked if I'd mind going to her house and staying for a few weeks to help sort through some things. She lived alone in a small 2-bedroom place out in Pennsylvania. Quiet neighborhood, not much going on. But the house had that strange stillness that only homes filled with old memories seem to carry. I agreed, partly out of guilt, partly because I'd always loved her. She was the kind of grandmother who told bedtime stories with way too much detail and insisted you never go to bed angry. Her house always smelled like tea and wood polish. Even after she passed, that smell never left. The first few nights were uneventful. I spent my days boxing up her belongings, labeling old photo albums, and listening to the wind creak the porch swing. Nights were quiet out there. A little too quiet. I started sleeping with the door cracked open just to let in some light from the hallway. One night, maybe around 2 a.m., I woke up freezing. I hadn't realized how drafty the room got when the heat kicked off. My blanket had slipped down to my legs, and I was too groggy to do much about it. I rolled to my side, pulling it lazily back up to my chest. And just as I started to drift off again, I felt it. The blanket moved, not yanked, not kicked off, but pulled up gently from the bottom corner in a motion so smooth it stopped my breath. It slid all the way up to my chin and then lightly pressed my shoulders, as if someone had just tucked me in. My eyes shot open. I didn't move a muscle. I just stared at the ceiling. My heart was pounding. I was trying to convince myself I'd imagined it, but I hadn't. The blanket had been lifted, smoothed, placed around me with care. I didn't hear anything or see anything, but I felt it. The same way that you feel someone looking at you in a crowd, the way you just know when you're not alone. I whispered, "Grandma," before I could stop myself. All I heard was the sound of the house settling, but I slept through the rest of the night, warm, safe, as if whoever or whatever had done it had just wanted me to be comfortable. I stayed another week after that, and every night, without fail, my blanket seemed to stay exactly where it needed to be. This happened when I was about 10. I haven't told many people about it, Not because I'm scared, but because it sounds insane. Even now at 32, I still question what I saw. My bedroom had this small, creaky door that led into a closet, but the closet had another door inside of it that connected to a narrow crawl space. Just enough room for old pipes and ductwork. My parents never opened it, and I wasn't allowed to either. One night I woke up to the sound of something tapping. Not loud, more like the soft click of fingernails on wood. I sat up, groggy, and I stared right at the closet. And then I saw something. A hand. It came out from behind the half-closed closet door. Pale, bony, fingers stretched wide. It gripped the edge of the door frame, slow and deliberate, and then tapped twice on the wood with its index finger. I should have screamed, but I didn't. I just stared at this hand slowly pull itself back into the dark. I must have passed out from fear eventually, because the next thing I remember, my mom was shaking me awake. Morning sunlight pouring through the window. The closet door was wide open, but nothing was inside. They told me I had a nightmare. They told me I was imagining things. But here's the part I don't say out loud. There were 2 long scratch marks on the inside of the door. Fresh ones. Like something had clawed its way in or out. My grandmother was a telephone operator in the 50s. They were still using manual switchboards back then, so it was possible to eavesdrop on every call if she wanted. There were rules against it, but she said that everyone did it. It wasn't literally every call, but it was more common than you would want to think. She and the other girls would make a game out of who could learn the juiciest gossip. But sometimes they overheard bad stuff too. One night, a very distraught man asked for the police. Someone was breaking into his house. He and his wife lived alone and didn't have any weapons. She connected him to the police right away and listened to the address the man gave. The officer asked how many burglars there were, but the call disconnected before the man could answer. My grandmother automatically told the officer to wait while she tried to reestablish the call. She wasn't worried about getting in trouble at that point. The phone rang a few times, and suddenly they heard a woman pleading with someone in the background. They assumed she had tried to answer and had the phone knocked away. The police officer called out several times, but no one answered. There was no response from the husband, and the woman's pleas turned into screams, followed by muffled crying. It was painfully obvious what was happening to her, and my grandmother couldn't listen anymore. She tried to forget the incident, but she couldn't stop thinking about what had become of that woman. When her shift ended, she went to the police station and spoke to the cop who had been on the phone. He had to listen to the entire call and spoke to the officers who handled the scene. He was also just as eager to speak with her, because no one believed him about the husband calling in. If my grandmother hadn't shown up, he was going to try to get in touch with her the following morning. After my grandmother recounted her side of the story to the other officers, they told her what happened on their end. The police arrived at the home a few minutes after she stopped listening. The intruder was still attacking the woman. Once they removed him, they asked the woman what happened to her husband, and she said her husband had passed away the year before. He'd been in a car accident. Then they asked her who called the police, and she said no one. She'd been asleep and only woke as the intruder entered her bedroom. As she was pleading with him, the phone rang, and she lunged for it, but it was knocked behind a table. She didn't know if it was connected or not, and the man didn't seem to care. The only explanation was that the intruder called himself, but that didn't make any sense. Like, why would someone do that? The cop from the call spoke to the intruder in the interrogation room and said that there was no way that was the man from the phone. They took my grandmother to the room next door, and let her hear the intruder's voice too. She agreed. There's no chance it could be the same man. Their voices weren't even comparable. From what she heard, the intruder didn't seem like the riddled with guilt type either. He seemed more like the kill a witness sort of guy. When the victim learned the whole story later in the hospital, she believed that it had been her husband that made the call, that his spirit had been watching over her. Hell, maybe it was. No one could ever find an alternative explanation. To this day, my grandmother still remembers every second of that horrible call. She didn't eavesdrop on anyone else after that. She only stayed on as an operator as long as it took to find another job. A few months later, she started working at a bank, and that's where she ended up meeting my grandfather. I guess if it hadn't been for that call, I might not be here. My grandmother doesn't know what became of the woman who was attacked, but I hope she went on to have a good life. Okay, so this happened a few years ago. It still freaks me out when I think about it. I've told maybe 2 people, and I've gotten that you imagined it look both times. But I know what I felt. I was hiking alone in Washington State. Dumb, I know, but I'd gone to this trail a dozen times. It's a pretty remote area, steep in parts, a lot of loose rocks, but it's technically easy. I liked going early, before anyone else was on the trail. I took the wrong turn near this ledge that overlooks a ravine. Not sure how I messed it up, but I remember stepping forward, and suddenly, the ground just wasn't there. My foot hit air. I slipped and started sliding toward the edge. I panicked, and there's no way I shouldn't have gone over. It's a 30-foot drop with rocks at the bottom. I felt my torso hanging over the edge. My hands were clawing at the dirt, getting nothing. But then I felt a hand grabbing my backpack, hard. It jerked me back, enough that I could get a foothold and scramble away from the edge. I swear on everything, it wasn't like I hit a rock or a root. It was fingers gripping firm, right between my shoulders. Someone pulled me. I whipped around. No one. I was alone. Totally alone. No sounds even. Just that high-pitched silence when you get in the mountains sometimes. I stood there shaking for 5 minutes. I even yelled out, thinking maybe someone was hiking behind me. Nothing. I don't know what it was. A ghost, a guardian angel, a spirit. Maybe someone who died on that ledge and stuck around. All I know is that I probably should have died that day, and something I couldn't see decided that I wasn't going to. Believe what you want, but I owe my life to whatever that presence was. I still hike, but not often alone. I never ignore that gut feeling anymore, and I'm always looking at the trail. Something's out there, watching, helping, maybe even protecting, but I don't want to risk it or press my luck. So stay safe out there. From 3 to 13, I lived in a nice home out near Yosemite National Park. Nothing super spectacular about it. 4 bedrooms, a den, dining room. It was the norm for a family home there. Just down a little dirt road, and if you've ever been around those parts, you'll know, miles away from civilization. My whole childhood, I was visited by this girl in white. She never spoke. I would just wake up at night and see or feel her there. I asked my dad, and his response every time was, the men in our family can see ghosts. My rationale of this, because I'm a skeptic, and I remain this day to be, but the story I'm telling made me question. My rationale was that we had some sort of mild schizophrenia running through our family. It didn't bother me. She didn't look like other people. There was this something off about her thing. After my father died, my mother decided to sell the house and went through a realtor. We never once had contact with the Byers, only knew them by name. The Byers had a son who went to the same school as our old neighbors, dear friends of the family, and the son apparently came to school without having slept for many nights, complaining that there was a girl who watched him at night and that he needed to get out. Shivers go up my spine every time I remember this. So the stairs to my attic had smelled like burnt hair for 3 days. Extremely odd because it was just that area, and I have a very old, drafty house. On day 4, I came home from work just before midnight, and as soon as I walked through the door, I felt like I had someone standing over my shoulder, breathing down my neck. The feeling was so strong, I opened the medicine cabinet so the mirror was against the wall. I also showered with the shower curtain open because I had a powerful need to see the room. After a shower, I was a little less on edge until I walked past my 4-year-old daughter's room. The door was closed, but I heard her talking in her sleep. Then I heard a loud crash. I slowly opened the door to find her sleeping on top of the covers, and the pile of stuffed animals she insisted on sleeping with scattered across the room. I turned the lights on low, looked around the room, and checked her breathing. All seemed well, so I went to bed. The next morning, I asked her if she had a bad dream. She said, "Yeah, there was a man, no arms, and sauce on his face. He kept laughing at me. I told him to go away, but he wouldn't. Then an arm came out of the wall, threw me into the ceiling, and I crashed back down onto my bed and went back to sleep." Sauce on his face? Yeah, red like spaghetti. I was visiting a plantation in deep Louisiana that was said to have one particular ghost person that lived in the house. They explained the evidence to us on the tour: mysterious hand marks on mirrors, furniture that moves in plain sight, etc. The tour guide pointed out this opened secret door that this person used to use to go upstairs to their bedroom. They invited us to look at the staircase inside. While I'm looking around, the tour group leaves the building without me noticing. As I'm trying to find my way out of the house, I hear this slow creaking. I turn around and see the secret bedroom door slowly closing itself. No one else in the house, no breeze, no windows nearby, no machinery, just slow closing. I ran to find the tour guide. She told me that doors open and close by themselves, even the really heavy sliding doors, all the time. What made you quit your most recent job? This was such an oddball question, a real scroll slower, probably because it related to my situation so incredibly I couldn't move on. When I read it, I knew my answer right away, and well, here we are. Morning, friends, I'm Addie. I've always been an early bird, and I appreciate structure and routine. Speaking with therapists, I have a lot of abandonment issues that have led me to treat relationships and jobs like an oath in blood. I've cut people off that probably didn't deserve it while keeping people close that were toxic from the start. It's the same for my employment history too, sort of. I've never had a meltdown at my place of work, but I have stayed in positions that made me want to ride the elevator to the top floor and jump from the roof. And yet, every morning I'd get up, get dressed, and go there, simply because I hated change. I hate feeling like the now will soon be something else. There's a story about King Solomon and his search for a ring, one that when he wore it and gazed upon it, if he was happy, the sight of it would make him sad. But when he feels the weight of the world on his shoulders and the sun forgets to rise, the ring will fill him with joy once again. He offered 1 bag of gold for the one who could obtain such a ring and bring it to him. It seemed as though he'd given an impossible task to anyone who volunteered. Over the days, he was brought rings from all around, most of them adorned with expensive jewels and rubies. Some changed colors depending on the amount of light it was given. All of them were rejected by the king. Seeing all these beautiful rings being tossed aside led one of his followers to think about the obscure request in a different way. And when he did, he knew exactly what to do. He went out and purchased a cheap wooden ring from a small shop in town. Then he went down a couple of doors and had it engraved. And when he presented this ring to King Solomon, the inflated smile he wore slowly melted into a frown. And with that, he told one of his guards to fetch the peasant his reward. What was engraved on the ring that the king was so moved by would later be revealed to say, "This too shall pass." I thought about this a lot in my job, like a reminder. Both good and bad times are temporary. It served as a source of comfort and perspective for me during difficult periods. So back to the question, what made you quit your most recent job? The funny thing is, I did that today. I felt so much guilt. I work at a preschool for the deaf. The staff there is composed of a few deaf teachers and a few hearing, all fluent in ASL. It's not a big facility, and because of the special needs of the students, it's difficult finding qualified candidates. We're constantly low-staffed and filling in for each other. It gets wearing on the spirit knowing that you're only waking up and getting dressed because you're obligated to your own personal work ethic. And that's the thing. My coworkers bust their asses off just like I do. It takes all of us to open the doors every morning. Not physically, but you get what I'm saying, I hope. I feel terrible leaving the team, and I can say that I really did like everyone I worked with, and the pay was really good, almost double my last job. But this school is so fucking haunted, and I'm so fucking sick of feeling scared when I'm alone making lesson plans. Things are always falling off of shelves, cabinets are always open when I swear I just closed them. Try blaming that on a kid when they're out at recess. You can't. And then you get real shivery and try everything in your power not to hop on your bike and ride home. And that too, this place was biking distance from my house. It was literally my dream job, but I couldn't do it anymore. Sometimes the kids would notice the toys moving on their own. That was a regular occurrence. This Toy Story dinosaur in particular kept turning its head to look at us while we were having circle time. When we'd have our cleanup song and put everything away at the end of the day, I'd take the kids to their parents' pickup. And when I'd go back to the classroom, that one T-Rex would always manage to find its way back to the middle of the carpet. None of the other teachers seem to have things happen, or at least they're not admitting it. Maybe it's just my classroom. This is or would have been my second year teaching there. The first year, I didn't experience any activity. Over the summer, they did a lot of construction from the grant, and the old building that's been around since 1970 got a whole new renovation. Returning this year, we had a chance to get our classrooms ready before the kids came in the following week. When I walked into my room and saw the touch screen and everything, all new countertops, sinks, cubbies, all of it, it was insane, all the technology upgrades they expected us to learn and get down in a week, but it was exciting. And then we had one more staff meeting in the cafeteria the night before the first day of school. It goes a little late with all the questions that we had about how to use the new equipment, and by the time the meeting adjourns, it's dark out. Before the meeting, I'd accidentally left my laptop plugged into the charger in my classroom, and I needed to go back and get it. The buildings are laid out in an L shape. The cafeteria is located at the center of the L, and my classroom is at the top, opposite the front doors. The double doors at the end of my hallway lead to the playground. With it being after hours, most of the hallway lights were off, and all the classroom lights were off except mine. I remembered turning them off before I'd left for the meeting, but I was also walking back to grab a laptop I'd forgotten. I could have easily bobble-brained the lights as well. Who knows, right? But as I got closer to the room, the lights turned off. I must have been preoccupied with what I was going to do after I left the school because I didn't think of it past, that was weird, before the next thought pushed the anomaly out. As I walked through the doorway, I flipped on the lights and headed toward where my laptop was plugged in. But before I got there, I heard the sink turn on in our hand washing station. The new sinks are motion censored, and I was pretty sure I couldn't set it off from that far away, but it's possible. When I get to my desk, I have to climb under to unplug the laptop from the power strip. While I'm under my desk, I hear the sink turn on again. This time, I know there's no way I could have done it, and my heart starts to beat a little faster. I look up from the desk at a sleek rectangular faucet as it continues to spit water. That side of the room was darker, and when the sink turned off, I saw the red sensor on the bottom of the faucet and realized whether the sink was going or not, that red light should have still been visible. So what I had just watched was something unblock the sensor. I got chills and quickly exited that evening. The new school year begins, and throughout these past 4 months, the little stuff with the toys and the cabinets started happening. It felt like the energy had soured in my classroom. I dreaded waking up to go to that place every day. Sometimes I'd be sitting at my desk and suddenly feel an overwhelming wave of sadness for no reason. I became depressed. I've been depressed. It's been like something has been feeding off my normally bright and positive energy since the school year started. But I couldn't abandon my team, so I continued to go. But last night tipped me over the edge, and nothing could have gotten me to go back. It's conference week, and thankfully this was the last family I was scheduled to meet with. Both parents are hard of hearing and didn't hear the toys and books falling on the floor behind them. But I could see it all. I knew something was going to happen when they left. I anticipated it. I couldn't tell if the family felt anything, but the energy felt heavy when we all walked in, like walking into a sauna. The air was thick, but not by water molecules. As the meeting wrapped up, I tried to stall the family as long as I could so I wouldn't have to be alone, but they eventually did leave. I walked them to the front doors and locked them when they were out. I thought about following them out and hopping on my bike as well, but I knew I couldn't. I was the last one there and I needed to lock everything up before I left. Up to that point, I wasn't planning on quitting. My goal was to get in, get out, but that couldn't be further from what happened. When I got back into the classroom, I hurried to pick up the toys that fell, and of course, the T-Rex was laying furthest away from the other toys. I felt it move in my hands when I picked it up. It was such a disturbing sensation, I reactively threw it away from me, and the plastic leg broke. I should have thrown it away long ago, but now it actually had a legitimate reason to meet the trash bin. Not wanting to touch it again, I laid the bin on its side and gave the dinosaur a kick in. Right after doing that, my classroom door slammed incredibly loud. You know how heavy those school doors are. It shook the walls and scared me enough to lose my balance. The shock of it put me on my ass and got me so mad, almost as mad as I was scared. But when I got to my feet, I didn't have time to fixate on the door because the rocking chair I keep in our library area began rocking back and forth. Every interval, its speed increased until it fell forward with another loud crash. And that's when I said, fuck it. That mix of anger and fear was now just fear. Whatever this was enjoyed fucking with me. And I was all done. So I quit. Do I feel guilty? Absolutely. But do I feel better? 100%. Sometimes the toxic work environment is supernatural. But either way, don't stay at a place that makes you feel awful, regardless the reason. Life is too short, and then we're just a ghost haunting a school. So live your best one. I'm not sure if this fits here, but I haven't been able to stop thinking about it. Maybe writing it down will help. Last fall, I ran into someone that I hadn't seen in years, Matt, an old friend from high school. We used to be pretty close, but life just kind of happened. New jobs, different cities, the usual drift. I hadn't thought about him in ages, and then suddenly, there he was. It was late afternoon, golden hour light everywhere. I was walking through the little park near my office, the one with the weird circular benches and crooked trees that I like. He was sitting on one of those benches, sipping coffee, watching the breeze move through the trees, just calm. I remember being surprised by how exactly the same he looked. I could have sworn he was wearing the same hoodie he used to always wear, but he had his same smile. We talked for maybe 5-10 minutes, nothing heavy, just catching up. It felt nice, honestly. We spent a lot of time just sitting, watching the breeze move through the trees. We should actually hang out, I finally said. Let me text you this week. He smiled again. He stood up. He gave my shoulder a little squeeze, and he said, "Yeah, that'd be good." Then he nodded and started to walk away through the trees. I watched him go for a few seconds before turning back toward the street. That night I went to text him, only I didn't have his number anymore. I couldn't believe that I hadn't thought to ask him. So I did what anyone would do, and I looked him up on Facebook. He didn't have one, but his sister did. And that's when I saw the post. Matt had passed away 3 days earlier. Car accident out of state. His sister had posted about it. The funeral had already happened. I sat there with my phone in my hand for what felt like hours. I just stared. I don't know who or what I saw in the park, but I do know who I talked to. I know what I felt. It was definitely Matt. I just don't know how. This happened about 6 years ago, and to this day, I don't have a good explanation for it. I was helping my uncle clear out some debris after a bad storm had knocked down a few trees on his property. One of the bigger trees had fallen across an old shed, ripping some power lines down with it. He already called the electric company, but they hadn't made it out yet, and we figured that we could at least clean up the area around it. He told me to stay away from the wires until they were officially shut off. But I saw one draped across a metal fence and thought, it looks dead, probably already shut off. Stupid, I know. I figured I could just unloop it and move on. I walked up to it, hand out, not even really thinking, and then, "Hey, stop! Come here!" A man's voice, loud, sharp, urgent, like someone standing just a few feet behind me. I jumped, spun around so fast I nearly tripped, but no one was there. Not in the yard, not by the house, not in the driveway. I stood there for a second, confused, still looking around for whoever yelled. That's when I noticed the wire was sparking. Tiny sparks flickering along the edge where it met the fence, and suddenly I saw it for what it was. Still alive, still dangerous. In fact, the entire fence was probably live now. And I'd been about to grab it with my bare hands. I backed away slowly, shaking so bad I realized I was having trouble catching my breath. I didn't say anything to my uncle right away, except for telling him to stay away from the fence. I just helped him with the other parts of the yard and kept my distance. Later that night, when we were sitting on the porch having a beer, I finally told him what happened, much in the context of asking him if he'd called for me earlier. He said he hadn't. When I told him what happened, he didn't say much. He just looked out toward the fence and muttered, "You've got someone looking out for you." I don't know who yelled that day, but I heard them, clear as anything. And I've never stopped being thankful I did. To start off, I'm not a superstitious person, or overly paranoid for that matter. I'm skeptical about ghosts and spirits and all that, but as I write this, regardless of what it was, I have chills. It was the fall of '98, and I'd been a truck driver for about 10 months. I was driving down a lonely stretch of 2-lane roads in central Louisiana. The sun was setting, and I hadn't passed a town in miles. The scenery was quiet, almost eerily so, with the trees casting long shadows across the road. It was one of those evenings where the world feels just a little off. That constant feeling like something's gonna happen. As I was driving, I noticed a hitchhiker up ahead. I thought to myself that I could use some company for a few miles and considered pulling over. But then something about the way he was dressed caught my eye. He looked like he was straight out of the 1950s, dressed like a greaser with a leather jacket, slicked back hair, everything. The whole scene felt like a snapshot from another era. What really unsettled me, though, was that the entire time I was approaching him, he kept his back to me. He never turned around, not once, and this all played over the span of just a couple minutes. But it felt longer, like time had slowed down. Suddenly, I was hit with a gut feeling that I shouldn't stop. I can't explain it, but every instinct screamed at me to keep going. So instead of pulling over, I swerved wide around the hitchhiker, giving him a wide berth. As I passed him, I glanced into my side mirror to check if I was clear. And that's when I saw it, or at least I think I did. Where his face should have been, there was nothing but an eyeless skull staring back at me. The image was so vivid and so chilling, it's burned into my memory. I'm not saying I actually saw it or that I know what it is. It could have been a mask, my imagination, trick of the light, but it scared me then, and it scares me now. He had clearly been hitchhiking, so what was his intention if it was a mask? And if it wasn't a mask, what the hell was it? I think I technically have 2 ghost stories. When I was in the Navy, I worked in a top secret area. It had 24-hour security guards at the door, and nobody who didn't have top secret security clearance could enter. The only people who had access were people that I knew well, and none of them were into practical jokes. So there's no question of this being a trick. For several months on my morning watches, midnight to 8 a.m., I would be working alone in a room quite a distance from the rest of the watch. The room was at the end of a long corridor, and there was nowhere anyone could possibly hide between the main area and this room. When I had been working there for a few nights, somebody asked me if anything odd had happened while I was there. I asked him what he meant, and he wouldn't say. He said he didn't want to put ideas into my head, but if it happened, I would know. A few nights later, I was at work again, and I heard footsteps coming up the corridor. They weren't ghostly footsteps. It just sounded like regular Navy clodhoppers walking up the hall and into the room. I assumed it was somebody coming up to offer me coffee or a snack, and I kept working with my back to the door. When nobody spoke, I turned around and saw that nobody was there. I went back to work, and slowly, a feeling of tremendous menace came over me. I tried to tell myself it was my imagination and to keep working. But it became more and more intense. I couldn't stay in that room. I went up to the radio room and told the others what had happened, expecting to be laughed at. But nobody laughed. Other people had had the same experience. I went back with some trepidation, and nothing more happened that night. But as long as I worked there, it happened every few days. Sometimes only once a night, sometimes 3 or 4 times. Nobody ever found out what it was, but nobody could stay in that room for more than a minute when it happened. My second experience happened when my father was dying. He was in a little cottage hospital in a country town. We were told the end was very near, and so my mother, my brother, and I stayed with him all the time. They told us there were only a few hours left. He held on for much longer than expected, and my mother, who was also terribly ill at the time, was exhausted. I persuaded her to come home with me, to rest for a few hours, and she reluctantly agreed. She went to bed and got some much-needed sleep, and I lay reading while I waited for her to wake up again. I put down my book to give my eyes a rest, and I saw my father standing at the foot of my bed, smiling at me. He was no longer wasted and yellow with jaundice from the cancer that was killing him. He looked like a young man again, not a teenager, but perhaps in his early 30s, and brimming with health. I stared at him in shock for a few moments, and then I closed my eyes, opened them again, and he was gone. Less than a minute later, the phone rang. It was my brother, calling to tell us that my father had just died. Were they really ghosts? I'll never know. I don't really believe in an afterlife, or at least I didn't. But after those experiences, I can never entirely write off the possibility. When I moved into my dorm room freshman year, it was everything that I'd hoped it would be. Small, cramped, but mine, and shared with Madison, who was as bubbly and energetic as her social media profile suggested. She was the kind of person that everybody liked instantly, with her messy blonde bun and oversized band tees that somehow made her look effortlessly cool. We weren't best friends, but we got along. I was the quiet one, and she was the one who made sure that I got out of the room once in a while. Madison's social calendar was always packed. Parties, study groups, hangouts. She didn't stay still. I, on the other hand, spent most nights in, headphones on, trying to focus on coursework. The night it happened, Madison had been out at some frat party. I remember vaguely hearing her mention it to me earlier that day, but I didn't think much of it because I obviously wasn't going. It wasn't unusual for her to come back late, usually with a story that made me laugh over breakfast. Only this time she didn't come back at all. I remember the next morning, our RA knocked on my door. She asked if I'd heard from Madison. My stomach sank. Nobody had heard from her? Hours later, we found out Madison had died in a freak accident off campus. They said that she'd been walking home alone, intoxicated, and stumbled into the street. A car hit her. It was all so sudden. Her side of the room was cleared within a few days. By the end of the week, it was just me and the emptiness where she used to be. And that's when weird stuff started to happen. The first night, I woke up to someone whispering my name. "Emily," the voice said. It was soft but insistent. I sat up. The room was dark still. Madison's bed stripped bare. It loomed like a shadow in the room. I told myself it was just my imagination, grief playing tricks on me. But then it happened again and again. Some nights I'd hear quiet sobbing. Other nights, her laughter. Faint, like it was coming from the hall, but the door was always locked. The worst was the sound of her bed creaking, like someone was shifting their weight on it. Every time I'd turn on the light, but the room was always empty. Sleep started to become impossible. When I did manage to drift off, the dreams came. Horrible, vivid dreams of Madison standing at the foot of my bed, her eyes glassy, her lips moving but nothing coming out. Sometimes her face was distorted, her body limp like a puppet. I'd wake up drenched in sweat, her name on my lips. I finally broke down and called my mom, begging her to talk to the dean about a room change. She was hesitant at first, thinking it was just stress, but I think she heard the fear in my voice, and so she promised to help. But room changes take time, weeks apparently, so I was stuck. One night, in desperation, I decided to Google Madison's name, hoping to find some sort of closure. What I found instead made me sick. A local blog had posted rumors about Madison's death. According to anonymous sources, she hadn't died on the street. She died inside the frat house. Alcohol poisoning. Instead of calling for help, they panicked. They moved her body, dumped it off campus to make it look like she'd been walking home alone. I felt sick. I'm not like a religious person or anything, but the whispers, the crying, it felt like it wasn't just grief. Like Madison wasn't just haunting the room. She was trying to tell me something. I couldn't sleep that night. When the whispers came, I didn't hide under my covers. I didn't turn on the light. Instead, I sat up and whispered, "I know what they did, and I'm sorry." The room fell silent. The next morning, I reported the blog post to the campus authorities. A few weeks later, after an investigation, the truth finally came out. The frat was shut down. Arrests were made, and Madison's family finally got the real story. When I got the call saying that my room change had been approved, I hesitated. The haunting had stopped. Madison was all but gone. The room was just a room again, but with memories. So I decided to stay. I'm not someone who considered myself a paranormal believer. I'm a back-end dev at a tech startup, and if you know anything about that world, you know the culture tends to be more skeptical and spiritual. We debug, we optimize, we don't sense things. We prove them, and we fix them. But I'm writing this because I don't know how else to explain what happened. I joined this company about 6 months ago. Small team, big ambitions. Your standard post-Series A grind. I was mostly tasked with cleaning up legacy code. Deep, ugly stuff that's been patched over by too many hands. A lot of it dated back to a major product overhaul from 2 years ago. During a launch that nearly tanked the company. One of the original developers died around this time. No one talked about it much. I didn't ask. Anyway, I was combing through a set of error logs that kept throwing up warnings tied to a module I hadn't touched yet. The logs referenced lines of code that didn't exist in our repo. I figured it was a misfire from a deprecated branch or a ghost file that someone forgot to kill during a migration. I know that all sounds like jargon, but basically, I thought it was something typical. Something I could fix. But it was something different. Hidden deep in a shared folder. A ghost file. Like 4 levels deep. It was a script that hadn't been touched in over 2 years. At first it looked like test junk, but I opened it. I noticed something weird. The comments. Most developers leave shorthand notes, quick stuff like fix later, this is a mess, don't touch, that kind of thing. But these were personal. I love you, Anna. I miss you, Katie. Thank you, Taryn. At first I thought someone was messing with me, but no one knew that I'd be the one assigned to this module. My name, Taryn, wasn't anywhere in the system when these were written. I hadn't even applied to this company yet. I tried to delete the file. The second I did, the lights in the office started to flicker. My monitor cut to black for maybe 5 seconds, and I was sure that I'd just broken everything. It was just long enough to make my stomach flip. And then it came back on. The file was still there, untouched. I left for the day. That night, curiosity got the better of me. I looked up the guy who worked on the project during the original launch. His name was Michael Rain, had died suddenly. There's a memorial post buried in the company's blog archives, full of polite corporate language. But I found the real obituary in a local paper archive. survived by his wife, Anna, and their daughter, Katie. I don't know what made me do it, but I reached out. I tracked down an old email address listed under a freelance site that he used. It was still active, forwarding to his wife, I presumed. I sent a message, explained who I was, what I found, and included the lines. I told her that I knew how strange it sounded and that it wasn't meant to be intrusive. I just thought she should see it, because it felt like it was meant for her. She never responded, and honestly, I didn't expect her to, nor do I know if she ever got the message. The file's still there. The comments haven't changed. No new messages. No more glitches. Just silence now. This happened the summer I turned 12. It was one of those sticky southern nights where the air feels literally thick, like syrup in your lungs. My cousin Caleb and I were spending the week at our grandma's farm. This was in Georgia. Our parents were taking a grown-up trip to Savannah. Her farm was old, real old. Half the house leaned. The floorboards complained when you walked. There was a barn out back that nobody used anymore. Not since Grandpa died. Grandma said the roof leaked and the floor was half rotted, but we were kids, so obviously we weren't supposed to go near it, which meant, of course, we went straight there. The first few days were harmless. We'd sneak out after dark, armed with flashlights and a jar, run around catching fireflies in the fields. They were everywhere, floating slow through the tall grass, blinking like soft Morse code. It felt kind of magical. Caleb said they were fairies, and I didn't correct him. Then, one night, we chased a whole group of them right to the barn. The door was partly open, even though it had been shut earlier. I remember that. It creaked when the wind hit it, just enough to make it feel like the barn was actually breathing. I told Caleb we shouldn't go in. He told me to stop being a baby. Inside, it smelled like mold and wood rot and something faintly sweet like dried tobacco. Moonlight cut through holes in the roof, casting pale lines across the dusty floor. And there were fireflies, so many fireflies, floating in a tight cluster in the center of the room. But they weren't flying right. They weren't moving like bugs. They were blinking in patterns. On, off, pause. On, off, pause. All at once? No way. Caleb whispered, "I think they're spelling something." I laughed, but it came out weird, nervous. Like what? He didn't answer right away. He just stared at them, eyes wide, mouth slightly open, and then he said, in this quiet voice that I've never heard him use before, "Don't go to sleep tonight." I shoved his arm. "Quit messing around." He didn't move. He just pointed at the fireflies. "It's what they're saying. Look." I watched. Blink, blink, pause. Blink, blink. It did look like a pattern, like something trying to be understood. But I didn't understand it. And then they all blinked off at once, every single one of them, and the barn went black. And in that pitch-dark silence, I swear to God, I heard someone breathing just a few feet away. Not Caleb, closer to the ground, like someone lying there. We ran, tripped over each other getting out. We didn't stop until we were inside the house and the doors were locked, lights on. We didn't tell Grandma. We didn't talk about it until the next day. And that night, we stayed up. Because every time Caleb started nodding off, he'd jerk awake, like someone had whispered something in his ear. In the morning, when we looked out the kitchen window toward the barn, you could see that it was shut again, tight, padlocked. Neither of us had touched it. but there were dead fireflies on the porch. Tons of them, arranged in lines. About a year ago, I was at my dad's house taking care of the dog for a week because he had gone camping with some friends and my sister. My wife was also gone to Colombia with her family for a month. My in-laws asked me to take care of their dog while they were gone, and so I of course said yes. So there I am, first night at my dad's house with two dogs who had been playing together all day. I decided to go to bed around 10, so I lock the front door and the back door. I make sure every door in the house, except for my bedroom door, is closed, and I fall asleep. At about 12, I hear the dogs freaking out, barking and whining, so I jump out of bed to go check on them. On my way downstairs, I see the back door is unlocked and open. I look down at the dogs. They're both staring at the basement door, whining and growling, while laying in a puddle of their own pee. I realize dogs have accidents, but not these ones. Not at this time. I see the basement door is open, so I have 911 ready to be called on my phone, and I go downstairs. I searched around for a while, even though I wasn't sure what I was looking for, until I decided to go back upstairs and clean off the dogs. At about 1 a.m, the dogs are finally clean and no longer focused on the basement. So I make sure the basement door is latched, and I go back upstairs after making sure the back door is locked as well. At about 2 a.m., I once again hear the dogs barking and freaking out, so I run downstairs. Once again, I see the back door wide open, so is the basement door. But this time, both dogs are staring out the window, looking into the backyard. So I don't bother going downstairs, I just close the door. I run to the back door and I close it and lock it as hard and as fast as I can. I go upstairs, and I didn't sleep for the rest of the night, but both dogs slept on the bed with me. After about a week, my dad gets home and I ask him if we can watch his home cameras for the first night that I was there. He keeps it all on his cell phone. As we're watching, I was just looking to see if anything or anyone even went near the house during the night. Oddly enough, there was nothing. The only weird thing is that around 12 and 2, the back door randomly flings open with nothing going in or out. And you can see from a camera from a different angle in the house that I clearly lock the back doors every single time. My dad says there's been no issues with locks any other day before or since then. So if my dad's house is haunted, I guess whatever's there doesn't like me too much. I'm not exactly sure if this is paranormal, but I did have one moment that I can only explain as non-religious awe at witnessing what the soul of a person looks like. We, as EMTs and paramedics, accompany death all the time. We're present as we treat people who die in the midst of treatment, and we switch to resuscitation protocols and carry on, or we arrive on scene to find people who are clinically dead and occasionally resuscitate them to being clinically alive, sometimes even to the point of consciousness and responsiveness. But I had one patient whose death impacted me in a way that changed my life. He was assaulted in the restroom of a porn theater. He was viciously sexually assaulted, stabbed multiple times in the chest and abdomen, and several of his fingers were cut off to steal his rings. We weren't far from the hospital, so we scooped him up and took off. I was treating him en route, starting 2 large bore IVs, sealing up the pneumothorax, dressing the other wounds, etc., keeping up the professional babble, something like, "It's going to be okay. We're headed to the best trauma center in the area. You hold on now. Okay, you just keep breathing. Slow and deep. We've got this. You just hold on for me. You're doing great. Blah, blah." Suddenly, he grabbed my arm and said, "Please stop. I'm scared. I don't want to die alone." Just hold my hand, please. I will never forget that. I was stunned. I stopped, sat on the bench, and held his hand. His eyes locked with mine, and as he took several agonal breaths, I watched his eyes change. 1 second, he was human, and then, inexplicably, he was not. I know that for anyone who's seen the eyes of a dead person, you can recognize them for what they were. But I've never been consciously present with a patient in that fraction of a moment when their eyes, the windows to the soul, emptied, and that person ceased to exist. It was scary and awesome, in the true sense of the word, and a sense of horror to accompany him as he left. I simply will never find the words to express that feeling. It kind of shook me because I'd gotten into this line of work after my mom died. I was never raised with religion or any kind of faith in something bigger than us. When a person died, their body decomposed, and only memories of them kept them alive. But now I wondered, was my mom somewhere out there in the ether? Did her soul still exist somewhere? When I dreamed of her, was her presence real? So that experience changed my life, made me question so much about death and life, where one begins and the other ends. Is it paranormal? I don't know. When I was 16 years old, I was walking along a beach with my sister. We weren't in the water, but there was such a strong undertow the sand gave way and started to pull my sister out. I ran into the ocean up to my knees and tried to grab my sister. I was pulled out into the ocean about a fourth a mile. I couldn't swim, and I started to drown. I would fight my way to the surface, and the waves would knock me back underwater. I'd finally given up, was out of strength to pull myself to the surface again. I was about 6 feet underwater. All of a sudden, I saw a surfboard above me. I fought my way to the surface one last time. It was a 10-year-old kid on a surfboard. He said, "Hey kid, want a ride?" He had seen me floundering and came out to try to rescue me. I grabbed onto the surfboard and made it back to shore. Other people had rescued my sister when I got pulled out, though many people kept asking me how I made it back. I kept telling them about the surfer, but nobody had seen a kid surfing or carrying me in. Even the lifeguard on duty told me it was a miracle that I floated back with no help. How did nobody else see him? I still don't know who it was that saved my life. Without a doubt, though, if the 10-year-old kid weren't there at the time, whoever he was, I absolutely would have died. Right there, right then. A friend of mine had a creator account on one of those fans-only websites. She already had a job, but she started getting a much larger payday every month. I said to myself, I've got way bigger assets than she does. I could easily make what she's making, and I did. I took all the pics I needed, didn't care who saw my promotions, and threw a few promo pics up on my socials. Talk about dudes coming out of the woodwork. Suddenly, all of my friends were photographers, all willing to shoot for free. They just appreciated the exposure. It would have been bad business not to accept at least a few of these offers, so I got my account poppin'. All this had me feeling like my next move was to go live, you know? I was planning on having a live session on a specific date. The night arrived, curtains up, lights, camera, action. I'm shaking my ass to some young thug, and the chat's blowing up with donations. The camera was artistically positioned with my sliding closet door in mind because it had a huge mirror on it. I'm facing away from it, typing to my followers, and one of them says, "I'm out. Whatever you got going on behind you is creepy." That was offensive to say when I'm delivering the goods, you know, so I clap back. "Well, screw off then, you limp prick." But then, more people in the chat start saying things like, "Who's in the closet? Is that guy going to join you? Someone keeps looking out." I stop what I'm doing because multiple people are blowing up the chat. I mean, if these dudes are pausing their business to warn me, I'm taking it seriously. I've seen people with literal roaches crawling through their sheets, and no one in the chat bats an eye. Yet here I am, working hard for my money, and all they're talking about is some pale face that keeps popping its head out from behind the closet. I get up, walk over to it. In the mirror's reflection, I can see the chat bubbles rolling, faster than ever. I don't know if there's a word for the mix of terrified and oddly humiliated, but that's what I was feeling. My sexy night turned into some Casper hunting nonsense. Goes without saying, nobody should have been in my closet. I slide the door open, showed the chat that nobody was inside, and then close it. Got back into bed and typed, "Can we keep going or what?" They start replying, "Do you know the history of your house? Has someone you know died recently?" Cool, this cam session was the worst confidence booster in the history of time. I'm here in front of you, God and country, and you're more interested in the history of my house? Thanks. I ended the session right there. Exit, goodbye, go watch the Discovery Channel. And I clicked out. I'd made a special room for my job. Shh, don't tell anyone, but it's not my real bedroom. It's half of a room that I filled with lava lamps and a mattress, and the other half is packed with my computers and lighting equipment. I can't keep the lava lamps on all the time. There's about 16 of them scattered around, and their cords are clustered into 3 power strips that I flip off individually. The room goes into a temporary blackout before I can reach the main light switch. It's a California King mattress, so it's a squishy crawl across the bed's memory foam, and the room is as quiet as can be. That serenity was interrupted by the squeaking wheels of my closet door, slowly opening in the dark. I freeze mid-crawl, listening to the door bump against the wall. If the lights were on, I'd be looking into a wide open closet. I live alone, and I'd already checked that closet live on camera. I'm positive it was empty. There's still a fourth of the mattress to get across, and a couple of feet of carpet between me and that light switch. Just as I'm about to move, the hanger starts shaking, making noise. That had me Superman diving for the wall switch. I flipped it on and pow, the closet was wide open again. Everything that had been on a hanger was on the floor, along with most of the hangers. I was pissed. Living or ghost, there's no reason to be doing that kind of shit. Later that night, I tried to replay the footage from my live premiere, and all of it was completely pixelated. Way worse than a low-quality 720p. It hadn't looked like that during the stream, and nobody in the chat had mentioned any quality issues. They'd all seen whatever creepy stuff was going on behind me. After a bunch of Google searches, I couldn't find any way to fix it. Screw it. I kept updating my content regularly, but I haven't gone live since. I'm scared this will affect my numbers, but I'm more scared of more things happening in front of a live audience. As much as I'd like to pretend it's not real, I've seen the tiny chandelier swinging in circles, its glass crystals clinking and clanking against each other, hard enough to chip. I'm praying that my landlord doesn't notice that. I'm sick of feeling scared like this, though. My niece hates this place. She's only 3. The first time my sister brought her over, she started crying, following something with her eyes, like she was watching invisible birds dive bomb her or something, muttering, "I don't like pointy teeth, man." I was like, "Christine, could you take care of your kid instead of encouraging her imaginary fears? There's nothing up here." Christine was like, "Well, Anne-Marie sees something." She sure did. The kid looked absolutely paralyzed with fear. I felt so bad. Earlier that day, Christine and Anne-Marie had gone to the library and checked out a few books. One of the books was left in my house, but when I read the title to Christine later, she didn't remember ever checking it out. The receipt on her library card had no record of the book either. and all of her other books were still accounted for. Those of you wondering, it was a book about national parks, so I'm not sure it's exactly scary, but it appearing out of nowhere is. One night, I was lying on the mattress just trying to relax when I heard a soft whisper. It was too quiet to make out the words, but it sounded like it was right next to my ear. I jolted upright, and the room was empty. I thought maybe I was just freaking myself out, but then I felt something. It was cold, like an icy finger trailing down my arm. I scrambled off the bed, flicked on the light, and checked every corner. Nothing. I was starting to think I was losing it, but then Anne-Marie came back with Christine a few days later. As soon as they stepped into the room, Anne-Marie froze. Her eyes got wide, and she pointed toward the closet. "Pointy teeth man's in there," she whispered. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck actually rise this time. I told her it was just a closet, empty, and I went to open it to prove it to her. But as I reached for the handle, she screamed, a scream I'd never heard. I stopped, frozen in place, and just stared. She was backing away, staring at the closet, clutching my sister's leg, sobbing. Through her tears, she tried to say, "He doesn't want you to open it." Christine grabbed Anne-Marie, and they left in a hurry, my sister whispering apologies over her shoulder. I was left standing there, feeling completely rattled. That night, I was lying in bed when my phone buzzed with a notification. Someone had posted a comment on my account from a profile I'd never seen before. "Why'd you stop going live? We miss you. He misses you." I know it was probably a typo, but it really creeped me out to see that message. And then my phone buzzed again. Another comment. "The man says he'll see you soon." Also, probably just trying to mess with me. Either way, I haven't been back in that room since. I locked it up, put a heavy dresser in front of the door, and I don't care if it costs me followers. I'm not going back in there. I'm not sure what's in that closet, but whatever it is, it seems to want to scare me. It seems to be watching, waiting. For what? I'm not going to find out. I'm a kindergarten teacher. I primarily use these boards under a different account with vastly different types of posts. This one, though, I thought it touched on a personal level, so I gotta remain anonymous. But right now, I'm desperate for any input from fellow educators or child therapy specialists on how to go about handling a child's unique problem. The start of the year is in full force. I have a class of 15 truly wonderful children. Let's call one of them DJ. DJ is 5. His birth parents are out of the picture. Mom's addicted and dad's deceased. Thankfully, his grandparents have stepped in to take care of him. There's no worry about abuse or fetal alcohol syndrome or other traumas. He's still too young to really understand the family situation. He calls them Oma and Opa. At the beginning of the year, the grandmother, Oma, approached me and dropped a pretty heavy bomb. Opa had lung cancer. It progressed fast, and literally the second week of September, he passed. DJ was out for a few days after that, but returned to class the following Thursday. He was somber, but his friends were able to cheer him up towards the end of the day, and I was so grateful to give Grandma a smiling kid to buckle up that afternoon. The next week was as normal as could be given the circumstances, but the next Friday, September 20th, I think, I asked the kids what their weekend plans would be. 14 children tell me they're either going to the park or soccer or the movies, and then it's DJ's turn to tell me, "Me and Oma are going monster hunting." I asked what that means. Teachers, get your thinking caps on because you're going to be tested at the end of this. How should I respond? With the confidence of this information being common knowledge, DJ explains, "There's been something whistling and knocking on his window at night, but every time he opens the curtains, there's no one outside. I tell him the wind likes to whistle a tune every now and then. He says, no, it sounds like Opa. Then he tells me that he gets scared when it wakes him up. He doesn't like when Opa knocks on the window. I asked if he's told Oma. Yes, he replies. She's heard it too. And that's why they're going monster hunting that weekend. All I can say is, wow, you'll have to tell me what you caught on Monday. Like, how do you respond to that? In an attempt to get a non-child perspective on the situation, I pull Oma aside at the end of the day and ask her about the monster hunting excursion she and DJ will be going on this weekend. Oma tells me, yeah, she thinks Opa's death opened up a portal in their house and it got haunted. Apparently he died at home and she's been seeing shadow people ever since. She says, did DJ tell you about the whistling? I've heard it with my own ears. Their monster hunt was going to be a walk around the backyard with flashlights and crosses, something to put DJ's mind at ease. Today's Tuesday, October 1st, and he still periodically talks about being woken up by things going bump in the night. In his own way, he explained to me the shadow figures that hide in the top corner of his room. It sounds like their paranormal problems stayed the same or have gotten worse. I've reached out to the counselors, but where would any diagnostic procedure realistically fit? Is it a mental health disorder if the grandmother's seeing and hearing the exact same things? What therapist would fit here? This blurs the lines of my mandated reporter duty as well, but don't worry. I called CPS just to ask because I'm constantly paranoid. I waited 20 minutes to make a report, but even they didn't know what to do. They made a note on the file, but that's it. So, the question's in your hands. I'd be so grateful to hear your input. Enlighten me with your knowledge because I'm stumped like the giving tree. Thanks. Having been a nurse for 30 years, I've seen some things that I'm unable to explain. I always tried to find a logical or scientific answer for anything out of the ordinary, but sometimes that wasn't possible. One day, one of the nurses in the post-open heart surgical ICU where I worked went to draw some medication from the Pyxis machine. A Pyxis machine is an automated medication dispenser. You put in your code, the names of all the patients on your unit appear on the screen. You choose yours, and then it displays their meds, and you take them out. Simple. Who's taking care of Florence? The nurse asked all of us. Who? We said. We don't have a patient named Florence. I didn't think so. Her name's in our machine. Pharmacy must have screwed up and put her in here instead of where she really is. She called the pharmacy and informed them of their error. What are you talking about? The pharmacist asked. We have the master machine and we enter all of the names in the entire hospital. I'm looking at your machine and there's no one named Florence in your machine. Well, I'm not crazy. I'm looking at her name right now. If you don't believe me, then come up here yourself. The nurse told him, annoyed. He did. He couldn't explain it. He called the Pyxis company technician. He came to the hospital and didn't know what to make of it either. He said it was impossible to have a name show up in one machine and not appear in the master machine. After a week, her name disappeared on its own. The pharmacy insisted that they hadn't removed it. A month later, it happened again. As before, her name didn't show up in the master, but it did in ours. It stayed there for a while and then disappeared. After a few months of this, we began to see a pattern. Florence would stay in our Pyxis until 3 people died. Then she'd disappear. It didn't even need to be our patients. Any deaths in the hospital would do. But it was always 3. It reached a point that someone would go to the Pyxis and gasp, "Ladies, hang on to your patients. Florence is back." We would look around nervously. Some of us would even have conversations with the ceiling. "Stay away from my patient, Florence. Go find someone else to take. We used to joke that Florence was a celestial bus driver with a need to fill her big black bus with the dead. Once she had all of her passengers on board, she would drive them to their final destination. Florence, bus driver to the stars. We would hear a code blue called in the hospital and wait a reasonable amount of time, then page the nursing supervisor. Did the code on 5 West make it? We would ask. No. How many does Florence have now? Everyone knew about our ghost. That makes 2. 1 more and she'll leave us for a while. We tried to find out who our ghost was. We checked our records, and we knew that she'd never passed through our ICU. We were at a loss as to why she was targeting us, so to speak. Finally, one of the secretaries got an idea. Let's look in the death book, she said. The death book was a ledger book, one in which we would handwrite the name of every patient who died in our ICU or in the operating room. It was a huge book, with hundreds of pages of names. But sure enough, we found Florence in the death book. She had died a week before her first appearance in our Pyxis. The reason that we couldn't find any record of her was because she had never made it to our ICU. She was meant to, but she died during surgery on the OR table. We figured that she was haunting us because she wanted to come into the ICU and never got the chance. After almost a year, we decided to send our ghost away. So how does one get rid of a ghost? Exorcism? Seance? No. We planned to do what any group of science-based, educated, rational people would do. Throw a ghost going away party. More specifically, a go towards the light party. On the anniversary of her death, we borrowed a CPR mannequin from the education department. We put her in a hospital gown, sat her at the head of our table in the kitchen, and placed a sign around her neck that said, "Hi, my name is Florence." Just chillin' before her party. We printed a huge banner saying, "Bon voyage, Florence. Have a safe trip to the afterlife." And we strung it up in the break room. Everyone brought food and we had a potluck. Within an hour, word had spread all over the hospital that our crazy open-heart ICU nurses were having a party for a ghost. People came from other units just to see if it was true. Like ethereal spirits themselves, young doctors appeared out of thin air, sniffing the scent of our cooking and salivating over the table, groaning with food. Baby docs were always scrounging for a free meal. We heard you were having a party. Do you have any extra food that we could, they said, trying not to look so hungry and desperate. Of course, there's plenty here, we told them as they loaded up their plates with baked ham, fried chicken, potato salad. They all ate hungrily and stared at the mannequin. "So, what's all that about?" they asked between bites. "That's Florence. She's our ghost. We threw her this going away party so that she'll stop haunting us and gathering the souls of the dead to drive off in her bus," we told them, straight-faced. They glanced at each other warily. "Okay. Hey, is that key lime pie?" After our party, not a day went by that we didn't hold our breath when we accessed the Pyxis machine, searching for her name. She never reappeared. It seems all she wanted was a wake. Rest in peace, Florence. In 2015, I was a college student outside of Seattle, Washington. A few friends of mine wanted to go on a spring break trip to Ocean Shores, a small town on the coast of Washington state. Because we were broke college kids at the time, we decided to book the cheapest place in town, a small motel called Westerly Motel. We were a party of 5 people, 3 guys including me and 2 girls. We were all just friends, bros, so we didn't care about everyone sharing the same room. Arriving at the Westerly Motel, everything was fine. The place had a living room, bathroom, small bedroom. It was pretty small overall, but hey, we got what we paid for. It was agreed that the 2 girls would get the bedroom, and us 3 guys would sleep in the living room. We were there for 3 nights total. The trip itself was fine. There wasn't much to do in Ocean Shores with no money. Our original plan was to see the ocean and the beach, but when we got there, it had all these really smelly and gross things washed up ashore. A local told us it was actually some sort of whale carcass. I have no idea how legit that was, but that stuff was definitely not seaweed, and it smelled horrible. The first 2 nights were completely normal, though. We played board games, drank alcohol. It wasn't until the last night that my experience happened. My 2 male friends slept on the couch in a chair. No idea how he was even able to sleep, and I was the only person sleeping on the floor. At around 4 a.m., I woke up. I didn't physically get up, I just opened my eyes. I remember reaching my arm over to grab my phone, seeing the time and thinking, I wish it was sunrise already, because the atmosphere was super spooky. It's hard to describe. The air felt stuffy and cold. I know this phrase gets overused a lot, but it literally felt like someone was watching me. The closest thing that I can compare it to is actually a video game about ghosts called Fatal Frame 2. Throughout the game, there's certain rooms that have a high-pitched sound indicating that there's something in there, something for you to interact with. It gives you a sense of something is here. I know that's a weird comparison, but it gives the most accurate feeling that I've ever felt to that night in the motel room. I tried going back to sleep, but I felt so paranoid and scared that I couldn't. I remember my feet were actually shaking because of how scared I was. I tried coughing a little to signal to my buddies on the couch, like, hey, are you guys awake? But no response. The weird thing was that I somehow could just indistinctively tell that the source of all this fear was coming from the bathroom. I was closest to the bathroom because I slept on the ground. Like, I could just feel that something was not right about the bathroom, and it scared the crap out of me, even though I couldn't see anything. It also felt dangerous to move, like the universe was saying, don't get up, don't move, just go back to sleep. You're not supposed to be awake right now. That's literally what it felt like. Thankfully, about 15 minutes or so, I was able to fall asleep. The next morning, everything was pretty much normal. As my friends and I were checking out of the motel, I wanted to ask the front desk, hey, is this place haunted or something? But I chose not to. On the 3 or 4 hour drive back to Seattle, I casually said to my friends, hey, were you guys awake this morning? And to my surprise, my friend actually said something like, at 4 or 5 a.m.? I said yes. And then my friend said yes. Weirdly enough, it got quiet. And we both just knew to leave the conversation at that. It was pretty awkward, but that was literally it. I could tell that he had also experienced what I felt at 4 a.m., and just like me, he didn't want to talk about it. It felt sort of cursed to talk about it, honestly. That was the end of that experience. But fast forward to 2020 during COVID. I was bored and stuck at home, and that Ocean Shores trip came back into my mind. I was curious and just Googled Ocean Shores Westerly Motel. And the first thing that came up was actually a Como 4 news article written in 2014. The article states that in 2014, at that exact motel we stayed in, there was a man who had locked himself in the bathroom in a standoff against police. He'd started a fire and died of smoke inhalation in the bathroom before being taken to the hospital or something. You can find the article itself if you just Google Como News Westerly Motel. When I read that, it scared the hell out of me because I remember that night and I remember sensing something in that bathroom. I would definitely consider myself a skeptic, but that night felt very supernatural. Like you could just feel it in the air that this is not normal. Before that, I had to snicker at anyone saying they felt watched, but now I get it. I was looking at reviews of Westerly Motel and was secretly hoping that someone else had had a similar experience, but alas, nothing. But yeah, I just wanted to share that story. The motel is actually still around, so if by chance anyone else experiences something like this, just know that you're not alone. I know people sometimes say they don't talk about their experiences much, but I've talked about mine quite a few times. I've told a few people over the years, usually after a few drinks, but I do always downplay it. Call it a dream, a weird trick of the eyes, or just let them decide. But I know that it was something different. It happened the summer I turned 16. My friend Evan invited me to stay at his grandparents' place for a week, somewhere in rural Virginia. Their house sat on a long gravel road, surrounded by woods so thick you couldn't see the sky from the back porch. The house itself was old, white siding gone yellow, decrepit floors, no central air. His grandfather had died a few years before, and his grandmother just lived there alone. She was sweet but quiet, not forgetful exactly, just distracted. Sometimes she'd stop in the middle of a sentence and look past us, like she was listening for something we couldn't hear. The first night we got there, I didn't sleep much. Evan passed out right away, but I was stuck on the pull-out couch in the living room, and the room just felt strange. It was really quiet, the kind that just made my ears ring. Sometime around 3 a.m., I opened my eyes, and I saw something standing in the corner, across from me. I thought it was a coat rack or something at first, but there wasn't one there when I went to sleep. This was tall, vaguely human-shaped, but wrong, quite thin. Just a dark silhouette against a darker wall. I blinked, but it didn't move. I knew, somehow, it was looking at me. I pulled the blanket over my head and I laid there until morning, sweating like crazy, but too scared to come out. The next morning, I asked Evan if there was a chance that someone came into the room. His grandma, maybe? He shrugged. Nah, she goes to bed early. Doesn't get up at night anymore. I wanted to believe that I imagined it, or it was a lack of sleep, weird lighting, maybe my brain just making things up. But it happened again the next night. This time I woke up facing the hallway. I'd left the door half open. Through the crack, I saw movement, like someone had walked by. No footsteps, just a flash of something blacker than the dark around it. Then another, and another. It wasn't until the third figure passed that I realized none of them were touching the ground. I closed my eyes and I didn't open them again until the sun came through the window. Evan teased me for how tired I looked. I didn't tell him why. That afternoon, his grandma pulled me aside in the kitchen while Evan was out messing with the grill. "They don't like new people," she said suddenly, like we'd been in the middle of a conversation. I just stared at her. She poured sweet tea into a glass and slid it towards me. "They'll leave you be, long as you don't look at them for too long." I didn't ask who they were. I didn't need to. She never brought it up again, and neither did I. We left a few days later. I never went back. Evan's grandma passed the following spring, and the house sat empty after that. I heard from Evan that they eventually sold it to some guy who planned to flip it, but I checked a couple of years later, out of curiosity. It was listed as vacant. Sometimes I wonder if he saw them too, if maybe that's why he slept so soundly when we were there, because you can get used to anything, even the shadows that move without sound. Or maybe he knew they'd mess with me, leave him alone. Even now, 20 years later, I still catch myself checking the corners of rooms before I fall asleep. Out of habit, sure. But maybe part of me still believes that there's other things out there. That if I ever stop checking, they'll be back. I grew up in a duplex with thin walls and a shared crawl space that ran underneath both units. My mom used to joke that if we ever lost a toy, it probably rolled under the neighbor's living room. I was 7 when I first noticed the noise. It started as scratching, faint, like a raccoon or possum under the floorboards. It would come and go, mostly at night, sometimes during dinner. We'd hear it in short bursts, like something moving and then freezing. My mom always shrugged it off. Old house, she'd say. One night, I was playing alone in the living room while my mom took a bath. I had this little plastic army set that I loved, dozens of little green figures that I'd line up like a battlefield. One of them slid off the rug and rolled under the couch. When I reached to grab it, I heard it again, scratching, but closer this time, directly under me. Then something tapped 3 times beneath the floor. Not a scurry or a shuffle, distinct taps, like knuckles on wood. I froze, pulled my hand back, stared at the floor for a long time. Later that week, I told the kid next door, Jamie, what I heard. He was a year older and always tried to act tough, but when I mentioned the crawl space, he got quiet. I saw someone down there once, he said. I asked what he meant. He just shook his head. Doesn't matter. My mom says we're not allowed to open it. I had a hard time getting to sleep that night. I started keeping my feet off the floor while I played, just in case. At one point, I even asked my mom if she could check the crawl space, just to make sure nothing was living in there. She told me to stop watching scary movies before bed. A few months later, Jamie's family moved. It was sudden. One day they were there. The next day the curtains were gone. The scratching stopped after that. So did the tapping. We stayed in that duplex for another 3 years. Nothing ever escalated, but I never forgot the sound. Last year I drove past the neighborhood while visiting my mom. The duplex looked the same, peeling paint, rusted mailbox, but now there was a chain and a padlock on the crawlspace hatch, and a small white handprint smudged just beneath it, faded, like it had been there a long time. I've never been great at remembering my teenage years clearly. Most of it blurs together. Bad food, cold dorm rooms, and the constant hum of fluorescent lights. But every now and then, something pulls one of those memories into sharp focus. A sound, a hallway, a name. And lately, it's been happening more often. I went to a girls' boarding school in the late 80s. Remote campus, rigid rules. The type of place that parents send their kids when they didn't know what else to do with them. It wasn't awful, just isolating. We kept each other sane, and even then, not always. Back then, I brushed off strange moments, the things people swore I'd done or said when I knew I hadn't. I just assumed they were mistaken. But now that I'm older, those little cracks in my memory, they feel more like missing pieces. There was one time a teacher pulled me aside in the hallway, asked if everything was okay. I said, sure. She frowned and said, you were outside the faculty lounge, just standing there, for almost 20 minutes. I had no idea what she was talking about. I told her that she must have seen someone else. She didn't argue, just gave me this odd searching look and said, you walked away when I called for you. Okay, sure I did, I thought. But another girl, Marisol, once asked why I hadn't said hi to her. We passed each other in the second-floor hallway, she said. I was heading toward the east stairwell, only I wasn't. I was in the laundry room with 2 other girls at the time. But Marisol insisted. She said I'd looked right at her, and that I didn't even blink. I'd forgotten most of this, honestly. It felt like harmless weirdness at the time. Teenagers being dramatic, confusing faces in dim hallways. The last year I got an email from Emma, one of the girls that I still talk to from back then. She opened with small talk, the usual catch-up stuff. But toward the end, she said, "Do you remember that night with the basement door?" And just like that, I felt it all come back. She said that she woke up around 1 a.m. and saw me standing in the common room, just standing there. She called out and I didn't respond, just turned and walked to the far end where the basement door was. The door was always locked, off limits to students. She said I reached for the knob and the door opened for me without hesitation. And then I stepped inside and it shut behind me. She said she waited, and a few minutes later, the door opened itself. I came back out, walked right past her without a glance, and went down the hall. Only, that was impossible. I remember that night. I had strep throat and was asleep in my bed. Emma even came to check on me the next morning, brought cough drops from the nurse. When I asked her if she was messing with me, she said, "I used to think that maybe I dreamed it, but I still remember how your face looked in that hallway light. I know it wasn't a dream." Emma may not have been lying, but I know that it wasn't me. And I call her crazy, but she's not the only one who saw me where I wasn't supposed to be. When I first moved out to New York, I rented a downstairs mother-in-law apartment for $600 a month. There was a full bathroom down there, water, garbage, even cable was paid for. It was a beautiful house, 10 minutes east of Buffalo. The couple that owned the house were also the ones living above me, and for the most part, we got along incredibly well. They were in their mid-50s, treated me like a daughter. I was in my early 20s and greatly appreciated the kindness, especially while I acclimated. It wasn't like an everyday thing, but anytime I had a question or needed anything, their side of the adjoining door would always be unlocked for me. Out of respect, though, it was seldom that I'd use that door. There were a few plumbing issues I had to go up there for, but I tried not to be a nuisance while I was under their roof. Besides a leaky toilet, the only other issue I came to them about, well, they weren't as overly helpful for, and it got kind of weird. I'd been there for a little over a week. I'd basically just moved in, and the little belongings I did take with me were still stacked in boxes. Most of them were set up against the wall, but I had a few by my bed that I was using as a makeshift table. The box I was using carried my old childhood stuffed animals, the ones I promised myself I'd never get rid of. I'm sure a lot of adults had or have a box like this. I had my alarm clock and a can of soda on it when I started to fall asleep. Laying in bed, I'm turned to my side, facing the box table. My eyes are closed at the time, but I hear the sound of the aluminum can being slid off of the cardboard. I open my eyes just in time to watch the soda fall off of the edge and spill onto the ground. I got up right away to clean it, using a towel to soak up the liquid. I was down there next to the box, and it looked like one of the flaps were unfolded and raised a bit. It hadn't happened the first 2 nights of me using it the same way. I didn't know how it could have scooted off the side of the box like that, but the mess occupied my primary focus. The next night, though, when it happened again, I jumped up with a little more curiosity as to how it happened again. I knew I'd put my drink dead center of the box, so when I heard it slide all the way off and splash onto the floor, I was upset. I got up and ran for a towel to clean it, but that night, when the floor was dry, I didn't immediately go back to bed. Instead, I looked all around the box, inside and out, trying to figure out what the problem was, but I couldn't find anything. The next thought was that it was a rodent or something like that, until one of the stuffed animals, one with electronic bits, started moving and singing inside the box. Its startling, distorted version of Yankee Doodle Dandy acted like an alarm in the silent, dark room and I thrashed through the stuffed animals until I found the one that was active. It was a teddy bear, dressed in a Civil War costume. When I grabbed it in my hands, its music stopped. The batteries were already missing when I went to pull them out. I've had that stuffed bear probably the longest out of all of them. It's old. Could have been wiring, I guess, but without any power from batteries. It didn't make sense to me. The more I thought about it, the more it made me feel uneasy. It also wasn't the reason for the box flap opening, just a separate thing that happened in tandem. The stairway that led to the door upstairs had old wood steps. I also had a door that I could shut at the bottom of the stairs in my room, and on multiple occasions through the wall, I heard the upstairs door open, and the creaks of the wood, like someone was coming down the stairs. But the door would never open. The footsteps would never go back up the stairs either, only down. Worse than that, I woke up a handful of times to see that the stairwell door was wide open. Every time I would have to get out of bed and close it again, making sure to never look into the actual stairwell as I did. Random stuff like this kept happening, so I finally went upstairs to ask the couple point blank if their house was haunted. I didn't care if I looked crazy, and it was either that or start the conversation by asking if they have large rodents. However, they were still offended, raised their eyebrows like my question hung with a rotten odor in the kitchen. I said, "This is a pretty old house. Do you think it's haunted?" And to this, both of them got looks of repulsion on their face. The woman answered my question in a snappy tone, saying, "Not in the least bit." I just said, "Oh, okay," and then walked back downstairs feeling foolish. I wasn't in a position to move, and there was no way that I'd find a place to rent for that cheap. I knew that as fact. What I also knew as fact was that no matter what the couple upstairs thought, their house was haunted. I'm convinced most everything on the East Coast is haunted, because that's where the American story began. People have been living and dying on the East Coast way longer than the West. All the architecture's old. It's extremely beautiful, but haunted up the kazoo. I had 2 windows in the room, one on the door that pointed toward the side driveway, and another window that pointed toward the front yard. I once got up to go to the bathroom, and I saw a man standing outside the fence of the front yard, staring at the house. He was partially lit by a street light further down the road. By their stature, I assumed it was a man that I was looking at. It looked like he was wearing a black raincoat with the hood up. He was more of a silhouette than anything. I stayed low even though my blinds were down and the room was dark. I didn't think that he could see me, but I couldn't be sure. It wasn't clear what he was even doing there. I watched him until I couldn't hold my bladder, and in the time I ran to use the bathroom, he was gone by the time I got back to the window. My stomach sank when I saw the gate to the front yard was unlatched. It sank even further when the other window lit up from the motion sensor lights in the driveway. My back was already against that wall. The light coming in from the driveway made a perfect illuminated square in the carpet of my room. And then it started to blink, almost like Morse code, but in reality, it was the person's body blocking the light every time they looked into my room. The shadow rapidly went back and forth outside the window. The phone, which was a landline at the time, was all the way across the room. I didn't want to risk being spotted. I thought the couple upstairs had to be aware of what was going on, but all was quiet upstairs. All was quiet everywhere. It came to me that as fast as the guy was moving outside, he wasn't kicking up the gravel. Still, I watched his shadow continue to dart around. Then one swoop was his final, and the window's light became a stagnant yellow glow until the sensor's timer shut them off. That's when I felt safe, leaving my crouch spot on the wall and returning to my bed. I moved to New York for a corporate job at the clothing company, and anticipating my career path, I expected New York to be my new permanent residency. I wanted it to feel like home, starting with the place I was currently staying at, but no matter how much I decorated that room, fear would envelop the aesthetics. It was probably my internal stress, probably what made me feel so isolated at work, but I couldn't shake the feeling that people didn't like me. I wouldn't even say didn't like, because that would mean I crossed their minds past eye contact. I myself felt like the ghost in the office that I worked at. Nobody on my team asked me questions. Nobody looked at me twice, besides to ask if I'd finished whatever project I was on. It was fast-paced, stressful, and overwhelming, to do with a lack of sleep, especially. And I'd often find myself behind that blockade of tired fog in the mornings because my sleep being interrupted by various but unyielding disturbances. Ambiguous thumps and bumps, those were a regular occurrence that the couple upstairs had no clue about. I never argued, but I knew they were lying. Some of these noises were big enough to shake the house, like someone throwing a sledgehammer through the wall. In a series of horrendous events one night, I'm woken up by a tremendous boom. The sound lasts half a second, and the house is silent again. When I sat up in bed, in the pitch-black room, I see a line of light under the bathroom door. It was directly across from my bed, and the lights were unmistakably on. Unfortunately, I knew with all my soul that I'd turned that light off earlier. The room was dark when I went to sleep. I contemplated just leaving it on, but what I couldn't ignore was the crying that began shortly after I'd sat up. Retelling this part feels like a twisted dream, but I wake up to adrenaline pumping through me at an immodest rate. As I got to the illuminated door, I put my ear against it, and I could still hear the sound of crying coming from inside. And that's when I turned the handle, and I opened it to see a bony, cadaverous woman sitting in the bathtub. She was staring down into the water, sobbing, but slowly raised her head to meet my terrified frozen stare. She was completely nude, long black hair that hung down past her shoulders, with a few tangled strands in front of her face. The eyes that looked back at me were blue. The whites had changed into an irritated red from the tears. Her skin was covered in scars. Her chest, arms, and thighs all had long marks of healed tissue. As scary as the sight was, I was also struck with a deep sadness for the woman. Through our gaze, she shared her hurt with me. My body absorbed the sorrow, and I felt her loneliness, and it physically brought me to my knees. I accompanied her weeping with my own soft whimpers. It's like all of my insecurities, anxieties, the intrusive thoughts that I tried to keep away, they all came at me at once, like a pack of wolves to my worn-down spirit. I was on my hands and knees, my mind sliding down a spiral into darker and darker territory, when a small splash of water sprinkles across my fingers. More water slaps onto the ground, and it sounds like it's sloshing from over the edge of the tub. The spritz I got pulled me off of my dejected slide and teleported me back into the moment, the rational feelings that came with it, which was pure heart-galloping terror. Right when that primal adrenaline shot through me, it re-tightened my senses and my legs somersaulted me backwards, while my hand somehow closed the door behind me. I don't know how I did a move like that. My body acted without me. I didn't sleep in the bed that night. I grabbed my blankets, and I went to go sleep the rest of the night in my car, but even that was short-lived. In my passenger seat, I intentionally laid facing away from the room, but I made the mistake of looking over my shoulders. I saw her face, her blue eyes, looking out at me through the window. I started to cry again too, but this time it was because I was out of options. Seeing her again only confirmed that yes, along with the shit job I moved out here for, It's confirmed. My place of residency is no longer a viable option. In my car, I started the engine. Headlights turned on. Radio turns on. I see it's close to 4 a.m. I would have had to be up in a half an hour to get ready for work. That obviously wasn't going to happen. This time, I let out one of those end-of-the-world cries. I think I had a tiny mental breakdown after that because I became absolutely enraged, blood-boiling angry. How fucked this situation was. I was punching my steering wheel, screaming at the top of my lungs, but that didn't feel cathartic enough. So I unrolled my window, held out my left arm, and raised my middle finger high. Then I continued screaming at the top of my lungs, "Fuck you, fuck you." And then I peeled out of their driveway, making sure my back tires blasted gravel at the metal garage door. I was never coming back. I kept my window down, yelling, "Fuck you, New York, fuck you," all the way to state lines. My tears stung with resentment, hurting my eyes and making me more aggravated the whole 2-hour trip home. There's more than a few toll booths with dents on the side of their change deposit bowls. I haven't stopped saying it, and I'll keep saying it until the day I die on my deathbed. I want my last words that I utter to my loved ones to be, "Fuck New York." I believe children are a little more connected to the other side when they arrive here, until the third-dimensional world we live in beats the magical thinking out of us. Why do I believe this? Well, before I had my first confirmed psychic experience at the age of 3.5, I had already had a very strange paranormal experience a few months prior to that. One that I cannot explain to this day. This was my very first introduction into the realm of the unexplained that I can recall. In the early 1960s, my mother was a bit of an anomaly. She worked in a large corporation while most other mothers stayed at home. My father worked as well. My oldest sister was in school. This forced my parents to search for childcare. My mother found a woman about 6 blocks from our house and began dropping me off there every morning. Now, I was a very loved child up until then, and I'd always felt secure and safe. But this, my first foray into the world outside my family, was a bit of a shocker. The babysitter had 2 little girls that were 2 to 4 years older than me, and they obviously really disliked my being there. They didn't get a lot of attention from their disengaged mother and resented what little attention she had been paid to give me. Within the first few weeks of being there, they would hide every one of my toys that I brought to play with and torture me endlessly. It was a hide-and-seek game with my toy of the day that I had brought. I could never win because they always hid it in one closet that we're not allowed to go into. That was in their mother's bedroom. I was a compliant child who obeyed the rules, never looked for the mother's bedroom. I didn't understand the concept of deviousness, lies, and manipulation at the time, and then I would get distracted and finally forget about them. But I eventually caught on, stopped giving them my toys to hide. With that game over, they resorted to simply calling me to come find them down the hallway, pulling me away from quietly watching cartoons in the living room. As I toddled down the hall, one of them jumped out of hiding and bit me as hard as she could on the arm, for no reason other than pure hatred. I was stunned at this behavior and this unprovoked attack. When I cried in pain and complained to the woman who was tending to tasks in the kitchen, I was telling her that her children were behaving like animals, hurting me. Her detached response was simply, "Well, bite them back." I was stunned that the rules that applied in my house didn't apparently apply in others, and that random violence was condoned and even encouraged here. I tried to point out that her girls were much bigger and stronger than I was, and she just shrugged. If I had bitten someone, my mother would have beaten my butt. Why did this woman not react the same way? For the first time in my life, I felt vulnerable, afraid, and uncertain. I was getting my first taste of injustice in this dimension. Our usual daily routine was to hang out in the house in the morning watching cartoons, where I was left to fend off their pinching attacks and emotional treachery. Then we'd have lunch around noon, and then the mother would shoo us out into the backyard for a while, presumably to get some peace and quiet. We'd stay outside for about an hour, but shortly thereafter, in the Texas summer, it would get very hot. There was no swing set or real toys to play with, so after a while, one child would report she needed to go to the bathroom and leave the group. A few minutes later, the second would state that she was going to get a drink or something and would leave me, waiting, alone, in the yard. Of course, neither of them came back, and I was baking out there in the hot summer sun by myself. I would go to the back screen door that led into the kitchen and the living room area to see where everyone was. There was the mother, 6 feet away from me, reading a newspaper in the kitchen. And the girls were in the cool shade of the house, watching afternoon cartoons. Those were the days before air conditioning. Well, I certainly didn't want to be outside in the heat with nothing to do, and I really would like to be in a cool house watching cartoons too, so I tried to open the door. First came the surprise, and then the shocking realization that there was a conspiracy against me when I found the door to be locked. I asked the mother to unlock the door, please, and let me in, but she just said, "Nope, you stay outside." My pleas that it was hot, or that I was tired or thirsty, or I'm 3 years old, shouldn't I be taking a nap? All of it fell on deaf ears as the mother just shut me down with every request. The girls rolled over and looked at me from their spot on the floor in front of the TV and snickered in glee at my plight. Apparently, this is how the mother decided to show her girls that she loved them. Group torture of a little outsider girl. I don't know. A couple of hours later, the father would show up from work. I would sneak into the house right behind him as the mother unlocked the door for him. He never questioned why the door was locked in the first place or why I'd been outside. After the 3rd or 4th day of this, I tried waiting for the dad to come up the walkway. So I proceeded to go out to the front yard and sit by the curb in the shade of a tree and wait for him there. My plan was to tell him about the unfair treatment I was getting when he would presumably ask what I was doing upon his arrival. I had a plan for justice. But the mother suddenly realized I wasn't on the back porch anymore and was looking for me. When she found me by the curb, she freaked out and beat me with a paddle so hard she left a large, noticeable bruise on my body. A couple. I was to never go out into the front yard again, she screamed. I did, however, get to stay in that particular afternoon, watch cartoons in the shade for a little bit, till my parents came to pick me up. Apparently, she realized her mistake, because when the father came home before my parents arrived, she showed him the bruises that she'd left on my body with some concern. She wondered out loud to him what my mother might think about this. I'm not sure, but his reply seemed to be along the lines of, "You did it, you're going to have to deal with it." That night, when giving me a bath, my mother notices them too and questioned me about them. I explained, as best as a 3-year-old can, why I'd gotten a spanking. My mother seemed to get it and seemed upset with her. I had a feeling that my mother was going to right this wrong. She was a strong woman. I had no doubt she would protect me. The next morning, though, I was dropped off as usual, and my mother didn't say anything. She actually had what appeared to be a friendly conversation with that woman. In retrospect, I'm sure that she was just being smart and simply didn't want to rile the woman into abusing me even more on my last day, as she needed to find alternate childcare. So she kept her mouth shut and pretended everything was fine and left me there to go to work. Things were harder for working women back then. Now, here's where it gets interesting. I felt a little more than betrayed and dismayed after watching my mother converse in a friendly manner to this woman, and I thought that there was nothing to be done about my situation. Was this woman somehow stronger than my mother? I resigned myself to, that's the way it is, I guess. This is my lot and I'll have to make the best of it. But I'd hoped that the woman would be a little kinder after realizing that her abuse had left me with bruises. Well, it didn't, and she wasn't. The same routine happened that afternoon, except this time, when the girls made their excuses to go into the house, I attached myself to them, tried to go in at that very same time, thinking there might be a time window thing, and maybe it wasn't all about just being mean to me. They forcibly shoved me away from them and prevented me from entering the house while simultaneously laughing and locking the door behind them. They jeered at and ridiculed me from the cool shade of the house while they proceeded to watch the beloved cartoons. Nope, it was obvious now that it was just about being mean to me, and I was mad. I asked the mother, who was chatting in the kitchen with a neighbor friend, to let me in too, and to unlock the door. The mother, even in front of the neighbor lady, said, "No, you just stay outside," like I was a dog or something. The neighbor lady looked a bit confused, but did nothing to rescue me. So they're all in on it, I thought to myself. My anger at the injustice and abuse began to boil, anger that I had never felt before. I wasn't giving up this time. I was in the right. "Let me in," I demanded with righteous indignation. "Sharon, go away and be quiet," was the mother's only response, and the neighbor lady now pretended that she was out of this conversation. I did not go away. I stood there, and I screamed even louder and with more determination. "No, I won't. Let me in." And I planned on continuing to scream until I wore her down. Each up modulation of my voice matched the up modulation of my anger and intent. But she had a plan too. "If you don't be quiet, go away right this minute, I'm gonna paddle you again." Oh my God, the dreaded paddle. Again? Punished for not liking being punished for no reason. The unfairness, the injustice. I'm a nice little girl. Why would anyone be so mean? Well, I'm not going to be nice any longer, that's for sure. It was the first time in my life I consciously decided against being kind and loving. I screamed with all my might. "No, you won't. You will let me in right now." And I meant it to my very core of my soul. I had never felt true anger before, and this was a very powerful emotion that I was experiencing for the first time in my life. I could feel the power of it growing inside of me. The idea that it was my fate to suffer abuse at the hands of this woman for no reason was more than my pure little soul could handle. All of my bioenergy, all of my new emotions, anger and hatred, seemed to converge into one uncontrollable shadow being that was now growing and welling up deep within me. I've never been so wholly and absolutely angry in my entire life. It was turning into pure rage and fury. It was the first and last time I've ever allowed myself to become that angry. Every cell in my body was mad as hell as this powerful new emotion or whatever surged through me, pulsing larger and larger. Even as I was feeling it grow and expand inside of me like an energy volcano, in that moment, I was also acutely aware that I was feeling something very different than I'd ever felt before. Part of me subconsciously knew that this thing, this emotional, powerful energy volcano, it had the ability to become very large and possibly uncontrollable. It might overtake me. It might even kill me, crossed my little mind. I actually thought I might cease to exist at that moment. Weird for a 3-year-old. Most people would have backed off at that point and ratcheted it down. But I, being the curious and science-minded sort, continued to allow it to grow, just so I could see what would happen. Consequences be damned. At that moment, I didn't care if I lived or died. I just had to see what would happen, and this wrong needed to be righted, in spite of what might happen to me. So, as a 3-year-old, I made a conscious decision to permit it to continue. It was kind of scary, but fascinating at the same time, learning the power of this whole new raw emotion. Anger, turning to rage, turning to fury, turning to what? And just as I began to scream once again while simultaneously deciding to cross that threshold of emotional no return, something snapped inside of me. I felt a shift in some kind of release. The pressure of the volcano thing from inside my body and psyche seemed to go away, and I sort of depressurized. I was glad the pressure was gone and kind of surprised that it didn't kill me. And then, at the very same moment that everything snapped inside of me, something snapped inside that kitchen too, and my focus and attention to my inner self got diverted to the outer world. With an audible pop, a small ball of blue fire, about the size of a soccer ball, appeared right in the middle of the kitchen, hovering in the air in the very center of the room. Almost before you could say, "What the heck is that?" the ball quickly expanded, and the blue fire filled the airspace inside the kitchen. It flickered and loudly cracked with fury, drowning out the sound of the cartoons in the living room. It sounded sort of electrical, but mostly like that of a roaring fire, though I felt no heat. I'm not sure what the ladies inside felt, though, but it definitely looked and acted like fire and flames, only blue and kitchen-sized. It was as if the air in that room had decided to become blue fire. That's the only way I can describe it. The two ladies were screaming and batting their heads and each other, afraid that their hair was catching on fire, but it wasn't for some reason. Their screaming and the cackling of the blue flame continued for almost 20 seconds, which is a long time when you sit down and count it out. I stood there, still in absolute rage at first. Even at the first appearance of the blue flame ball, I was still angry as it was expanding. But even at my age, I knew this wasn't normal, and the surprise and wonder of it all caught me off guard. Curiosity and wonder replaced my anger as I watched the ladies screaming, and I saw the frightened little girls in the living room behind them. Seeing their frightened faces somehow made me feel a little bit better about my situation. And that's about when the blue flame lessened and dissolved back into a soccer ball size before fading out altogether. We were all pretty stunned, and honestly, at that point, I was glad I was outside. Well, of course, the ladies called the fire department right away as I stood outside and watched all the commotion through the screen door. They inspected all of the electrical circuits of the house, all of the outlets in the kitchen, and found that nothing would have caused such a thing. The woman kept trying to convince them of what they saw. The fire chief pointed out that there was hardly any evidence of a room engulfing blue fire having occurred there. But one thing was burned, and so they couldn't fully deny that it had happened. If you could venture one guess as to what that one thing was, yeah, it was that dreaded paddle, sitting on the far counter, away from any electrical outlets. I watched with an odd sort of satisfaction as the woman held it up to the fireman to prove she wasn't crazy. It was only at that point that I began to wonder if that fire had anything to do with me and that anger thing I'd felt. If not, it surely was some divine synchronicity that this bizarre phenomena happened right as I was feeling all of that rage and only burned that paddle. That evening, when my parents came to get me, my mother came inside and spent a few minutes to share some very strong words with that evil woman. I didn't understand all of them. I just got the emotional gist of them. And I knew that I would never be coming back to this house ever again. My mother told me to get your stuff, we're leaving. Empowered now, knowing this was my last chance, I listened to my instincts and went directly back to that closet, the one in the mother's bedroom. I opened it, and sure enough, I saw all of my toys were in there, a huge pile on a shelf. She had to have known they were in there. She knew they were mine. What an evil person. I filled my arms with as many of my favorites as I could carry, while my parents angrily honked the horn for me to hurry up. I rescued most of them, and we left, never to return. Nothing like that has ever happened again, although I wonder what might have been had I explored that talent a little more. Back when I was pure and strong and open, was it all me? Was it my guardian angels backing me up? I don't know. I'm not sure that I ever will. It was both scary and satisfying. I don't think I'd have the courage to explore it nowadays, but it'd sure come in handy sometimes, I think. I still smile about it to this day and now know with certainty that we are all much stronger and more powerful than the powers that be would have us realize. Our consciousness has been purposely suppressed since our inception. Hopefully, we'll all wake up soon and take back our humanity. When I was in 11th grade, I was dating a girl named Gigi. Our families didn't really care much for our lesbian relationship. And one night, her family situation became physically abusive, and she called my house from a payphone. It was 2 a.m. My dad answered. The only reason he'd woken me up is because Gigi sounded so upset on the phone. He might have thought that she was going to dump me or something. Regardless, he hands over the phone and she explains what happened. She tells me what street she's on, and I tell her that I'll come pick her up. That's where my dad drew the line. He said, "The hell you are." He said, "In no way am I going to take the car out." I only had a learner's permit, so I couldn't really argue the legal ramifications, if I would have been pulled over, that is. So, I got back on the phone. I told her that I'd run to her. The park that she was calling me from was only a mile or 2 from our house. My dad again interrupted me, told me flat out, if I leave this house tonight, that the doors would be locked when I tried to come home. Him saying that only made me want to do it more. So I did. I said, "Be right there," and hung up the phone. Then I got up, walked past my dad and out the front door. The suburbs of Detroit were empty that night. Freezing temperatures, the snow that was slowly accumulating on the sidewalk, and it was 2 a.m. I was the only soul on the street walking to Gigi. When I got to her, she'd taken shelter inside the phone booth. Temperatures were only going to get colder as the night progressed. I suggested that we use one of the many vacant houses to get out of the conditions for the night. We found a boarded-up Rambler and entered through the back door. We said hello a couple of times, making sure nobody was already occupying this location with the same idea we had. The place was an absolute mess and smelled terrible. But it was an insulated roof, 4 walls to protect us from the elements. So, we decided to stay. We didn't initially explore the house during the night. Both of us were exhausted, and all we had for a light source was Gigi's Bic. Sitting on the hardwood floor, I realized I didn't bring anything for warmth for an overnight outing. Thankfully, Gigi had done this before. She'd brought a sleeping bag, along with a few pieces of clothing that we also used to bundle up on the floor that night. We relied mostly on trying not to break the seal of our body heat, keeping us warm under the mix of clothes and a sleeping bag. It would have been impossible to actually fall asleep. The hard floorboards were uncomfortable, and all night, we both kept hearing the sound of others in the house. Footsteps and whispers from other rooms were clear enough for us to destroy our hot pocket bed and creep around the pitch-black house, trying to find where the sounds were coming from. Each time we thought we were getting close, the voices would sound like they were coming from another room. We poked our head into each room to confirm nobody or no animal was there. Then, we got back into our cocoon and tried to warm up again. A few minutes later, the sound started again. But this time, there were footsteps walking in the room we were laying in. Both of us just tucked our heads under the sleeping bag and hid, trembling together as the heavy steps walked past us. Back and forth. Then it would stop again. Gigi and I stayed hidden under her sleeping bag until the sun rose that next morning. As soon as there was light in the house, the sound stopped. Gigi and I got up and rechecked the rooms now that there was visibility once again, but we don't find anyone in any of the other rooms. We didn't find anyone until I looked closer at one of the trash piles in the back bedroom. There, reaching out from the bottom of this heap of trash, was a thin, decomposing arm. The sun perfectly bounced off the blue and silver watch that sparkled in the rays. We thought that it was a Halloween prop. The skin was discolored and sank deep into the curves of the bone. Having seen nothing like this before, we were convinced it was fake. Gigi liked the watch, so she walked over to it and attempts to lift up its arm to get a closer look. It's heavy as she begins to pull, and Gigi quickly realizes that's because there's a body attached to the arm, a dead body, badly decomposed. Gigi unintentionally pulled the arm off the body, but the long-sleeve shirt that they were wearing kept everything together when it was dragged out from underneath the trash. The corpse was only revealed to the shoulders before Gigi dropped it, and we both started screaming and ran for the door. In 1974, Detroit would experience one of the heaviest snowstorms on record. As we shivered inside through the night, outside it would snow over 19 inches. We were virtually trapped inside the abandoned house. A little over 1.5 feet doesn't seem that bad, but the front door was unusable. And the back door, it was already partially obstructed, with rubble from a falling roof, overgrown bushes, and other debris. We discovered the snow had packed in the little shimmy that we used to enter by crawling in the night before. Gigi had packed a couple of items for food that we could ration through the day, but we needed a plan to escape. In the hallway outside of the corpse room, the ceiling had a square-shaped wooden hatch that led to the attic. We pulled the kitchen table through the house until it was directly under the opening. I was a little shorter than Gigi and still couldn't reach it when I climbed onto the table. Gigi could, however, so I got under her feet and assisted in pushing her up into the attic. She spins around and tells me that she'll go call the fire department from the payphone. I blow her a kiss and watch her disappear from the square frame. Then I listen to her footsteps as she crosses the attic to the area that had caved in, leaving a gaping hole that led to the backyard. Snow had made it into the attic from the hole, and the ceiling creaked with the added pressure of Gigi's movement. Eventually, I would hear her scuffle from the shingles on the roof and drop into the snow outside the back door. She would then slowly make her way through the snow that reached up to her knees. She'd barely prepared for an overnight stay, but Gigi definitely didn't plan on walking miles through deep freezing snow with her thin bell-bottom jeans. Those were in no way protecting her from the cold. They were instantly wet, making each step feel like needles against her legs until they went numb. It was close to 5 a.m, but with the thick clouds hanging above, the sun couldn't break through. The streets were still empty due to the record amount of snow that had fallen. Nobody in their right mind was going anywhere that day. The flurries and the wind made visibility practically impossible as Gigi slowly pushed through the white powder. While Gigi's gone, I sit on our sleeping bag nest and color in one of her notepads, trying to distract myself from the fact that I'm trapped alone in a condemned house with a corpse. Soon, I hear crunching and cracking moving about in the attic. I'm hoping Gigi's come back, but there's something deep in my soul that's telling me it hasn't been nearly enough time for Gigi to have made it to a payphone and back. Maybe she'd abandoned her mission. The conditions were too harsh and she was forced to turn around. But as I listened, the noises above my head, whoever was in the attic, they'd started running back and forth. You could tell where the snow had stopped its intrusion because the steps would have been louder on the wood as it was unbuffed by the snow. Moving left to right, the steps remained fast, but the crunch of snow became more and more present, back and forth, back and forth. Now I'm really praying that what I'm hearing might possibly be Gigi. I stood up and I walked over to the square frame that looks up into the attic. The footsteps continued, and they only stopped after I shouted out, "Gigi?" Then the house becomes completely quiet again. The only thing I can hear is my heartbeat in my ears. I thought I was going to have my first anxiety attack. I walked back, sat on the sleeping bag to resume my coloring, but almost as soon as my pencil hit the notebook, the click echoes off the wall. In my peripheral vision, I see a door at the end of the hallway pop open a crack. My eyes would shoot back and forth from there into the ceiling, hoping not to see something crawling down from it. Then back to the door. It hadn't opened more. I didn't know what time it was. I couldn't measure how long I was there until I heard the sound of my dad's voice approaching with Gigi. They started calling my name and I started shouting back. My dad had brought a shovel and he was able to dig a big break through the original opening that we had outside the back door. I was able to get out. It was a miracle that Gigi and my dad had crossed paths. After I hadn't returned and the snowstorm happened, my dad went out looking for me. He knew the approximate area that I had taken the call from, as he had overheard last night, and he prayed that we were smart enough to find shelter. He didn't have a plan after that but to set out on foot and call my name along the way. He'd been walking since the sun came up, probably around the same time Gigi set out on her route. She heard him calling out for me and followed the voice until she reached my dad and practically collapsed into his arms. My dad carried her like a piggyback ride with her arms wrapped around his neck, and they went back to the house to rescue me. It took hours to walk back to our house. We were all exhibiting signs of hypothermia when we walked into the living room. My mom made us hot water bottles and gave us blankets. Then she called the police to report the body. Emergency services were slightly unreliable in those conditions, equally as stranded and helpless against the amount of snow collected on the pavement. If my dad hadn't started walking, Gigi would have most likely died out there, and nobody would have found me. We were traveling in Fiji on a tight budget and found a hostel with a price significantly lower than all the rest. We booked it immediately and got in the room. It was a bit grim, but did the job. The man on reception looked a bit surprised that we were there, but I didn't notice this to be a bad thing. The thing I did notice is that there were just no other guests in the lobby, no noise in the corridors. It was deserted. Perhaps he was just surprised to see guests at all. Fast asleep, both my boyfriend and I were suddenly woken up to the most terrible noise of a woman screaming. Really screaming, like in pain or some sort of scared-to-death noise. It was like it was in the walls, all around us. It lasted long enough for us to really wake up and hear it, and not to think it was a dream or just a loud noise we'd misinterpreted. Then it stopped. I was absolutely terrified. I was ready to leg it out of that door and down the road. After a little bit, I calmed down some. My boyfriend told me perhaps a gecko got into the air conditioning. There was no air conditioning, and also, that's ridiculous. But I was so tired, I told myself that must have been it, and eventually went back to sleep. The next morning felt very, very creepy. And this is in the daylight. in a beautiful, hot country, not something you associate with creepy feelings. Neither of us said anything. We just packed up our stuff and got the hell out of there, even though we paid for another night. We went to a nearby travel agent, not really sure what we were doing. The lady was lovely and booked us into a bureau a bit further out of the city. Then she asked where we'd been staying, and we told her the name of the hostel. She looked at us like she'd seen a ghost. She said there had been a terrible, terrible murder at that hostel the previous summer, and 3 women were killed. She told us everyone says it's haunted, and no one stays there. Well, it certainly explains the almost free price. This was about 15 years ago, but I keep a travel diary, and this is what I found under that date. We learned that our hostel had been the scene of a horrific murder a few years back. The night before, a horrific scream had woke me up, despite wearing earplugs. Very scary. It was late at night, and my boyfriend and I were driving to my house. We took a shortcut through an area of town that everybody here calls the Bottoms, or River Bottoms. It's right in the middle of a huge metropolitan city in the U.S. There's no buildings, though, only fields and trees. You can't build there because it's a floodplain, not suitable for building on. There's one narrow road that goes through the middle of the Bottoms, and it just so happens to be a direct link between my boyfriend's house and mine. Late at night, it's very dark. There's no streetlights. So we were traveling rather quickly down that road when we came upon a bridge. You could only see what was visible in the headlights, road and very tall grass. It was probably 3 feet tall. We went up and over the bridge and began to descend on the other side. Suddenly, a woman appeared on the right side of the road. The headlights shined directly on her. She was standing in the grass right beside the road. It was 2:30 in the morning. The area was completely deserted. We were both stunned, silent. We sped past her. After a frightening moment, we both shouted, "Did you just see that girl?" Yes, we had both seen her. Immediately, I assumed she was the one whose car had either broken down or had been wrecked, because she had a distressed look about her. We spoke rapidly on top of each other. Should we turn back? Oh my God. Should we call 911? What should we do? Is she okay? Earlier that night, we had both had a couple of drinks. Many hours had passed, and we were both sober. But in our part of the world, the police can arrest you and take you to jail if they even smell alcohol on your breath. You could get into a huge amount of trouble, even go to prison. If we had to turn back, if we had to call the police, it was just too risky. I mean, if she was really in distress, she could call for help on her cell phone, right? Oh my God, what if her phone was dead? Physical description. She was young, between 17 to 25 years old. She had blonde hair. She was pretty, wearing a white shirt. The bottom half of her body was covered in thick, tall grass. She was sort of waving her arms, not over her head, but in front of her. Her face wore a scared expression, but she had no blood, no bruises or dirt on herself. So what in the hell was she doing standing right by the road in the middle of the night, in the middle of nowhere, by herself, looking scared and waving her arms? Instead, we called in an anonymous tip. We were both really tired, and we proceeded home and went to bed. The next morning, I felt really guilty because we didn't stop. The local police post every police activity on the website that's called into a scanner. I began to search the scanner, looking for an accident report. There was nothing. We both felt very bad and worried about the young woman. Later, my boyfriend called the police to follow up on this anonymous tip we had made the night before. They told us that they had checked it out, but there was no car, no girl, no wreck where we had specified. This only made us feel half better, because we knew what we had seen. Later, my boyfriend told our story to his friend. His friend grew up near the Bottoms. She was the one who put this all together for us. We'd seen a ghost. she told him. She recalled that 20 or so years ago, a young woman named Katie Nesbitt had been murdered in the river bottoms. It was a huge deal, so we went online and we found some old newspaper articles about the murder. There was a yearbook picture of the girl. The girl had blonde hair. Could that have really been her ghost? The most awful thing about it is that Katie and her boyfriend had been brutally stabbed to death over a car stereo. I couldn't stop thinking about it. I continued to search online and ended up finding a page for a local paranormal society. I clicked on Contact Us. I typed up our story and I felt better. At least I had reported this to somebody. I received a reply email from the man at the Paranormal Society. He told me that the Bottoms was definitely a haunted area. Many people had reported seeing strange things there over the years, and he also could recall that poor girl's murder. So, it was settled. Mystery solved. I'm not a ghost type. I've never encountered a ghost or an alien or a witch or UFO or anything like that. I do believe, though, that ghosts exist. But I would never go looking for one. All of that stuff honestly scares me to death. But I'm here to tell you that this really did happen. I wouldn't make it up. There were also 2 witnesses that saw the exact same thing. And anyone around here would tell you this. You never see anyone on the side of the road in the Bottoms, especially at night. Especially not a girl, all alone. The paranormal investigator promised to investigate our sighting, but I haven't heard from him in a while. I'll update you if I do. I went to high school in northern Kentucky for a couple of years. Me being bored with little friends, didn't really know what else to do other than take my bike out and go explore the mountainous roads near home. In the middle of summer, I left about 8 a.m. and set out for a nearby town. At about 11 a.m., I realized that I was getting pretty thirsty, and when I looked down at the cup holder, I panicked. I'd forgotten my water bottle on the kitchen counter. These are the foothills of the Appalachians. There's gotta be a stream somewhere, right? I dropped the bike near the side of the road and covered it with leaves, started walking towards what I hoped was a stream at the bottom of the hill. There were streams everywhere, so I hoped there would be some water. When I got to the bottom, sure enough, there was a stream. Or at least there was when it rained, because it was all dried up. I had a splitting headache. I could hardly think clearly. I didn't know what to do, so I prayed. To this day, I've only prayed for 4 things in my entire life, and this was the first one. I just prayed for water, or guidance to a house, or a store, or someone to possibly drive by, something to drink. Halfway back up the hill, a man in a suit walked out from a tree, like, no shit, right there in front of me, and said, "You look thirsty. Would you like some water?" And he held out a bottled water. I didn't notice that he was wearing a suit at the time. I didn't care that it was so random. I just took it and drank it. He gave me directions to a house about 10 minutes away, told me that they'd give me a lift home. I thanked him I don't know how many times and started walking up the hill, thinking that he was right behind me. Only he wasn't, and I didn't notice until I got to the top and sat down in the shade, cooling off. I sat there thinking for a few minutes about how random that was. And wait, was that guy wearing a suit? Yes, he was. What the fuck? After 10 minutes of me trying to figure it out rationally, I just gave up and continued on to the house that he'd given me directions to. Maybe they knew him. I found the house, and they gave me some Gatorade and a lift home with my bike in the back of their truck. Along the way, we made some small talk. I told them about the man in the suit. They looked at each other, and it got awkward. Well, they can think I'm crazy or not. I don't care as long as I can get home. The air conditioning felt great, and I just looked out the window the last bit before I got to my parents' house. The wife spoke up and asked me, what did the man look like? I told her what I'd noticed. His hair, the tattoo on his hand. She started to break down crying, told me to shut up. Not in a mean way, just impassionately to shut up. The man looked at me in the rear view, told me about how their son had died near their house in a freak accident. And my description, it sounded just like him. Then they sort of apologized, told me not to take offense, that it probably wasn't him. They were backtracking. Now they thought that I thought they were crazy. But I don't know that I did. Was it him? I'll never know. I don't even know where I was. Was it an answer to my prayer? Maybe. I just don't know. I have no rational explanation, only a memory. Our house was built in 1999 on farmland. There doesn't seem to be any reason why we'd have paranormal experiences. No cemetery nearby, no one that died in the house, etc. But soon after my daughter and I moved in, she noticed that there were young energies downstairs. One night as she lay in bed trying to sleep, she felt something snuggle behind her, resting an arm across her shoulder. She thought this one felt like a little girl. Other people felt this energy too and thought it was lonely or sad. There was also an incident in the hallway outside of my daughter's bedroom. She'd gotten up to use the bathroom and felt a hand on her back, pushing her. She thought that this energy was male, maybe 12 years old, mischievous. After my husband and his daughter moved in, we started noticing strange things upstairs as well. One day while I was showering, I turned around to rinse the shampoo out of my hair, and something turned the shower handle all the way to hot. Yet I hadn't touched it or bumped it. A couple of months later, it happened again, but this time I saw the handle itself move without human intervention. And that shouldn't be possible. Of course, no one was there. During this same time period, I was splashed with cold water as I walked out of the main bathroom. I felt it splash across my cheek, shoulder, all over my hand and up my forearm, but no water was on my skin. We were definitely creeped out. My husband put up his cross. We were going through the house. He was saying prayers, even though he doesn't believe in ghosts. After the kids moved out, things quieted down a lot. The quote-unquote haunted area extends about 20 by 10 feet and is on both floors. It includes the kitchen, a bathroom upstairs, and one bedroom, the laundry room, hallway, and bathroom downstairs. Our dog won't go into these areas, not even if you put a piece of steak on the floor. I often hear things fall from the shelves downstairs, but the cat sleeps beside me. Someone or something has strummed my husband's guitar when I was here alone. When my youngest was home from university last summer, the only incident we had was someone saying her name in a loud whisper, right behind her as she walked from the bathroom to her bedroom. She left at the end of August, and everything seemed fine until a few months ago. My husband was downstairs and stopped to play with our boy kitty, Jake. He had balled up a piece of tinfoil in his hand and decided to see how high Jake would jump to catch it. He stood just outside the laundry room, bent over slightly, showed Jake what he had in his hand before releasing it and tossing it over. The tinfoil sailed about 3 feet away before it bounced off something invisible and came back in his direction. Confused, he picked it up again and tossed it. It hit something invisible halfway across and dropped like dead weight to the floor. Since this happened, I've tried contacting local paranormal investigators and they replied to my email but haven't followed up since. I'm updating this to include an incident that happened yesterday morning. My mom moved in with us a few years ago and has Alzheimer's. For the last while, she's been bedridden and requires extra care. So every morning, 2 healthcare aides arrive to bathe her, change her clothes, etc. They follow a simple routine that includes small tubs of soapy water. These are set on a side table so that they can bathe her in her bed. After getting everything ready, they place the little tubs on the table near the head of the bed and move down to the foot to straighten out the blankets and get the towels ready. Both healthcare aides were startled when the table suddenly started to move on one side. One described it as though someone had leaned against it or pushed it down, causing both tubs to slide off the table, hitting the carpet, cracking the plastic, and spilling soapy water all over the floor. When I returned to the house, one of the girls asked me if I'd had any ghosts lately, because those tubs weren't big enough or heavy enough to make the table lean like that. They claimed that they weren't too close to the edge, as both of them saw them slide across before going over. I can't imagine the wind doing that. And the cat was sleeping in my bedroom with the door closed. There's always something going on that's hard to explain. When I lived in Alta, we used to explore an old mine all the time. I practically lived in one of the old miners' quarters for a couple of years as we explored that creaky, drafty place and affectionately called it the mine. Creative, I know. If you've ever ridden the lift from the Germania side, you've probably gone right over it, though you'd never know it was there unless someone told you. The place had a history, and stories said that miners who worked those tunnels back in the day never truly left. They lingered, trapped in the darkness, their souls bound to the rock and ore that they spent their lives extracting. I didn't think much of it at first. I don't know if many do. Ghost stories were a dime a dozen in places like Alta, but there was something about those mines that made me feel like the tales weren't just stories. One time while we were poking around one of the deeper shafts, something happened that made me rethink everything I thought I knew about fear. We'd been exploring for hours, our headlamps casting these long, wavering shadows on the walls as we got deeper and deeper into the darkness. The air was thick, but also heavy, with the scent of damp stone and something else, something faint, like the lingering trace of old, forgotten things. We were just about to head back, our curiosity satisfied for the day, when the ground beneath our feet began to tremble. It started as a low rumble, barely noticeable, but quickly grew into something more violent. The walls shuddered, and a deep, echoing groan resonated through the tunnel, as if it were in pain. It was a small earthquake, just enough to send a shiver of fear down our spines, but what followed was worse. As we scrambled to exit, up the shaft, the ceiling above us began to crack and crumble. Before we could react, a section of the tunnel collapsed. It sent a cloud of dust and debris crashing all around us. For a moment, everything went dark. Clearly, our exit had just been covered. I could hear the others coughing and cursing through the sound of muffled, thick layers of dirt. We were trapped, buried underneath a mountain of rock, with only a few feet of space between us and certain death. Panic set in quickly for me, then the others. The weight of the earth pressing down on us was really suffocating. The realization that we might not make it out of here, that hit hard. The total darkness really didn't help much either. But we managed to communicate with each other, find each other. Miraculously, none of us were injured, so we began to dig our way out, each of us taking a section of what we thought was the entrance to the cave. We couldn't believe how much rubble had managed to make its way in front of us in such a small period of time. After a while of tossing rocks, I started to feel a bit hopeless. And then something strange happened. The darkness around us seemed to shift. It began to move in ways that didn't make sense. I was seeing darkness move against darkness. And then I could feel it. Something cold, something alive, brushing against my skin, tugging at my clothes. Maybe I was scared and imagining what I wanted, but I followed the direction of the coldness, looking down at my right leg. I saw the faintest of lights. I told the others to head in my direction. We needed to dig where this new light source was. That's our path out of here. And so we dug like our lives depended on it, which they did, really. The tunnel was unstable, and every movement sent more debris falling down. The hustle was necessary. And eventually, after what felt like hours, we broke through. The first breath of fresh air was like being reborn, the sunlight almost blinding after the darkness of the mine. We emerged, filthy, a little shaken, but very alive. After going through something like that, I think I can safely say that ghosts, or whatever you want to believe they are, aren't the scary ones. Not to me. In this case, that was for sure the earthquake. I've shared this story before. Locals don't like to hear this story. They like to say that we made something angry that day. I don't put a lot of weight into the idea that something might have caused the collapse, other than an earthquake. But I'll admit it's interesting to think about. At one point in time, I was an embalmer for a large chain of funeral homes in the city. My embalming suite was on the third floor of an ancient building. It had once been two houses that were later combined into a mortuary. There were old sepia-tinted photographs of the horse-drawn hearse out front on the cobblestone street in one of the back storerooms. So this place had had a lot of bodies that had come in and out of its doors by the time I was employed. At that business, our policy was to embalm ASAP, no waiting until the break of dawn to begin if someone should pass in the evenings. It just tends to go better if the tissue isn't refrigerated cold. So there were many times that I'd be alone past midnight in that creepy old place. We had a little apartment in the attic that we embalmers could go up and use for sleep, given our erratic schedule. I was fine once up the stairs, but every time I went up them, I had a panicked feeling of being chased or pursued. I'd stumble run up the flight each time and got a fair bit of ribbing from my colleagues for it too. The only incident, though, that can't be written off to imagination happened late one evening when I wasn't alone. My colleague was finishing a difficult embalming that had taken him some time. He had a routine in place that always ended with him washing the instruments and lying them on a towel, neat and precise rows of stainless steel. He had OCD, I suspect, because he would sooner be late to an appointment than not leave them in this manner. He was exiting the suite when I arrived with the next client. He told me he was going up to the apartment for a rest and to let him know if I needed help. I waved him off. As I was wheeling in the deceased to the suite, we both heard it. Giggles, distinct giggling of multiple children, coming from down a floor in the lobby area. We looked at each other, my eyes wide, his puzzled and squinting. Wordlessly, we walked to the hall that allowed us to see down the stairs into the lobby. It was dark and silent. We crept down the stairs. Nothing. No one but us two. My coworker shrugged and we went back upstairs. I reached the door of the suite and pushed it open. Nobody was there, but I did see something that made me call out for my colleague. His instruments were in a jumbled pile on the towel. Not only jumbled, they were hooked together strangely, like a blade through a scissor handle and a hemostat clamped onto a needle. He sauntered into the suite at my calls and stopped short seeing the instruments. Jaw dropped. Needless to say, I allowed him to help me embalm so that we could both get the heck out of there. I lived in Japan in my early 20s. I got pregnant and was moved on base. My husband was in the Navy. It was so I could be closer to medical. Nothing happened in my house until my daughter was born a few months later. She was an infant, but old enough where I would let her cry for a few minutes in the middle of the night to see if she would soothe herself to sleep. Listening to the baby monitor, I heard a very gentle shh. I rushed into her room, and I saw a peaceful baby, and the rocking chair was swaying. Living in Japan, there were mild earthquakes several times a week. I used my rational brain and decided that I'd heard nothing, and an earthquake had caused the rocking chair to move. Over the next few weeks, weirder and weirder things started to happen. My husband was deployed, and I was the only adult at home. When I made tea, I filled barely half of the kettle because it was just me. A couple of days after the shh incident, I went to make some tea, and the kettle was so full the moment I moved it, water sloshed everywhere. It was impossible to have filled it that full. I know I didn't do it. The next night I heard the shh again. I said, "Thank you," out loud. I heard the cabinets open and close. I got up, walked towards the kitchen to get some water, and the cabinets opened again, slowly, then closed. 2 nights later, all of the battery-operated toys turned on at about 1 a.m. All of them. A cacophony of electronic noise. After about 2 minutes, they all stopped. Again, I said, "Thank you," but only because I didn't know what the heck was happening. A few days later, I was sewing and dropped a needle on the carpet. I looked, and I couldn't find it. My baby was just starting to crawl, and I was frantic to find it. I couldn't. I searched for a few hours and finally gave up. An hour later, I found a sheet of paper on my kitchen counter with the needle exactly in the center of the piece of paper. It was the craziest thing. I was never afraid. It always seemed loving to me. I mean, honestly, I was terrified until the needle incident. Then it seemed to me like I had a friend trying to help with the baby. Once I reached that perspective, the earlier events were no longer scary. The shh situation repeated about 3 or 4 times, and I was grateful for it at the time. My husband came home, and that night the energy in the house just seemed different. Not off, but different. We went a couple of days with this, and it was unsettling. One night, I woke up in the middle of the night to get some water, and I saw an old woman sitting on my couch. I was too startled to be afraid, but got myself together and said, "Thank you for your help. My husband is home now." I then walked into the kitchen. When I walked back through, she was gone. No other crazy things happened again until my daughter's first birthday. We had a party early in the day and left balloons in the living room. I went into my daughter's room in the middle of the night to check on her, and it was filled with all of the balloons from the living room. Nothing else happened after that. I worked as a funeral director and embalmer for 26 years. During that time, I lived full-time in 3 separate funeral homes and spent countless nights sleeping or catching short naps on a sofa in a visitation room, often when a very long day would end at 3 or 4 in the morning, and the next busy day had to start at 6 or 7. While I truly believe a lot of paranormal activity took place all around, I believe most was so subtle it was easily explained away, ignored, or simply not noticed if you didn't want to. For example, whispering voices when alone in the building, footsteps where no one's walking, turning a corner and seeing a dark figure turn the corner at the far end of the hallway, things like that. While there were a few more distinct occurrences, the one that had the biggest impact happened early in my career. It was late one night, in a funeral home that had once been a single-family home and converted into this building. The building had one long, straight hallway running through the center of the building, with offices, viewing rooms, bathrooms, etc. on either side. Both the front and rear doors were made of glass, and looking in either one was like looking in a mirror, especially at night. We had had a visitation, viewing or wake, depending on where you're from. It lasted from 10:30 to 11 p.m. In the funeral business, you never know what could happen during the night, and since I was the lowest-ranking person on staff, it was my job to stay and make sure the entire building was emptied, cleaned, and prepared for whatever may be needed the following day. As I was vacuuming the main hallway, I looked up, and just as clearly as I could see my own reflection, I saw a little girl, maybe 6 or 7 years old, walk across the hall behind me from our casket selection room into our business office. At first, it didn't cross my mind that it was anything unusual. Children wander out at slower paces than the rest of the crowd constantly, because people simply aren't paying attention in their state of grief. But the time, it was past midnight now, and so this would officially be a child that's been left behind. I turned and started to search the building. I started with where I'd seen her go. I realized after a while, I really was alone. I spent a good 10 minutes searching a small business office with only 2 locked exits, a locked window, and no little girl to be found. While I never let these things keep me from doing my job, I will admit that when vacuuming that hallway, I never looked up. I always kept my eyes on the carpet to make sure I never missed a spot. My fellow nurses and I have seen a spirit-like mist rise from the body as a patient died. Scared the hell out of me the first time. After that, I just accepted that the patient had been released from their suffering. One that stuck with me was when I had a patient suddenly tell me his friend was there, and that he wanted him to come with him. Instead of a human, I saw a mist-like blob at the foot of his bed. The man didn't know that his friend, also horribly burned in the same accident, had died a few minutes before. Naturally, we didn't tell him because we didn't want to make his last hours grief-stricken. I told him if he wanted to go with his friend, it was okay. Minutes later, he did. The 2 other nurses beside me saw the mist rise, and they seemed to pass through the window together. I didn't use names here, but I'll never forget them. Neither of them were survivable, so we became the last new friends they ever made. Hey all, 45-year-old widower here, and I need some help with a demon. A lot has happened to get me to this point, so I'm just going to take you through this mess best I can. My wife, Tammy, died just under 2 years ago, during our son's freshman year of college. He took the rest of the semester off, but eventually we had to go back to our lives, so he returned to school after Christmas break. Then it was just me here, alone, with Tammy's memory, and I didn't handle that so well. I started drinking just to fall asleep at night, and next thing you know, bam, I was a full-on alcoholic. For a while, I thought it was under control because I was holding down my job. Turns out my boss was just giving me a little room because of my situation. But that grace period came to an end when I screwed up some paperwork that cost him north of $30,000. The customers appreciated the hell out of me, but somehow that didn't make much of an impact when I was begging John not to fire me. I thought being home alone all night was torture, but I didn't realize how much worse things could get. I had been ignoring my actual schedule and working 7 days a week from opening to closing, so I didn't have to go home. But now I was trapped here, 24/7. That's when the weird shit started happening. Now, I dream about Tammy all the time, and anyone who has lost a loved one knows how hard it is the first few moments after waking up. You forget what's happened, and for a few seconds, life feels normal again. Then reality comes crashing back and you have to relive the grief again. See, that happens to me all the time, but occasionally there's a twist to it. First, I should probably clarify that I've never experienced sleep paralysis before this, and I've always thought the paranormal was just superstitious nonsense. It's all in the months leading up to this. I never once considered seeing a psychic or trying to contact Tammy's spirit. The thought hadn't even occurred to me until she started talking to me in my dreams. During the second week of November, I had my first experience. From the very beginning, I knew it wasn't a normal dream. I wasn't reliving old memories or seeing visions of Tammy's accident. I was in bed, alone, and the only source of light came from a dimming street lamp outside my window. It was just bright enough to reveal a shadowy figure looming next to the door, which I assumed to be an intruder. I tried to jump out of bed, but I was completely paralyzed. I couldn't move a muscle. I was just stuck lying on my back as this person slowly inched closer. They moved like they hadn't noticed that I was awake. I didn't know who it could be or what they wanted, but then they passed by the window, and I saw it was Tammy. There was no period of confusion where I thought she was still alive. I was fully lucid. The first thought was, this is the realest nightmare I've ever had, and I couldn't wait for it to be over. She didn't look like ghosts do in the movies, not unless it's horror. This wasn't one of those lovely visions where she's at peace or gives me her blessing to move on. No. She looked like she randomly decided to come home and crawled out of her grave. She was on her way to the grocery store when a giant dually truck came flying off on an exit ramp and killed her on impact. The other driver died as well. Apparently, he had left a bar to go pick up a friend. The damage was so bad. I'm sorry. I really can't handle describing it in detail, but she suffered massive trauma. And now she was standing there like she had just stepped out of the wreckage. After she passed the window, the darkness once again distorted her features, but only until she was directly next to me. Then she sat on the edge of the bed and suddenly became very much the image of what you would see in a movie. She was glowing and beautiful. She smiled, and all the fear melted away, forgotten. She said that she was still here, unable to move on, and needed my help. Then her soft glow faded back into a shadow and disappeared entirely. That's the last thing I remember before waking up in the morning. I fully believed it was only a dream, but it freaked me out, and unlike other dreams, it didn't fade as the day wore on. I couldn't get it out of my head. Later the next evening, I was watching TV in the den, and Tammy's recliner suddenly popped open, exactly as if she'd sat in it. We have two big leather lazy boys that are pretty worn in. All you gotta do is sit down and slightly lean back for them to pop open. But they've never just randomly opened by themselves. I heard the noise it made when she would sit down. I know you all know what I mean. That distinct sound of the leather stretching and the springs squeaking. I looked over in confusion to literally see an imprint of someone sitting there as the chair leaned back and the footrest came out. A few nights later, I had another nightmare where I woke up paralyzed again. It started with the same horrifying image of Tammy after her accident, but she was glowing by the time she sat next to me. And again, she said something about being stuck here, but she almost sounded far away. Then, the last thing I was able to understand was something about a box in the back of her closet. When I woke up in the morning, there was an awful stench of rotten meat. It almost made me forget about the dream, but then I thought of how random the thing about Tammy's closet was, and I wondered if I smelled something in my sleep. Like maybe my subconscious decided it was coming from the closet. All of Tammy's stuff is exactly where she left it, because I just can't bear to go through it. But I had to get rid of that smell. Well, the only thing I found was a birthday present and a card that she never got to give to me. It had never even occurred to me that she had probably already gotten one. I sat on the floor reading the card over and over for a long time before suddenly realizing the bad smell was gone. I couldn't explain it any more than a dream leading me to that present. So that's when I learned about sleep paralysis on the internet. It kept popping up all over my search results, and most of it matched the actual experience perfectly. Then I started looking into ghosts and reading about other people who claimed to be visited by a dead spouse. I read a lot of stories where someone lost their partner unexpectedly, and neither party could move on, not until they were able to say a proper goodbye. That really seemed to fit with the parts where Tammy said that she was stuck. Well, I couldn't afford to hire a psychic, not while I'm living off of savings and insurance, so I decided to talk to Tammy herself. I might be a sorry piece of shit these days, but the one line I won't cross is driving drunk. I couldn't bear to do to someone else what that bastard did to us. Instead, I overnighted a Ouija board and some candles from Amazon. It didn't work right away. In fact, I almost quit. But then the glass slider piece actually started moving. I about shit myself. But Tammy basically confirmed almost everything that I had assumed. She didn't have the closure that she needed to move on and needed help. But that's as far as we got the first night, because it just suddenly stopped working. Still, for the first time, I had hope again. I drank less and less to the point that I hadn't realized I was down to a 6-pack a day. More things started happening around the house. Sometimes I heard footsteps, or it would suddenly get really cold. During the next sleep paralysis incident, she appeared in glowing form from the beginning. I didn't have to see the nightmare version at all. That time, she said she was getting stronger and asked me to use the board again, saying that she would keep getting stronger until we could have a real conversation. She didn't have to tell me twice. I started using that thing every night, and we talked a little more each time. Occasionally, I smelled the rotten meat again and woke up in a cold sweat. But other times, I would feel a hand on my shoulder or hear her voice and draw strength from it. Then came the night when I had my most intense sleep paralysis episode yet. It felt as real as writing this letter right now. I thought that it was time to say goodbye, but that's not what she wanted. She wanted to be together again, all of us. When our son came home for Christmas, she expected both of us to join her. She even suggested ways to do it. That's when I knew this thing wasn't Tammy. In my research, I'd seen more than a few cautionary tales, but I never actually read any of them all the way through. I just really wanted my case to be one of the real ones. Deep down, I knew there was something wrong. No one else's stories involved stenches of rotten meat or seeing their loved ones mangled. Certainly, they hadn't been asked to harm themselves or others, at least not until I started reading about demons. I'm trying really hard not to start drinking like I was again, but this has all been too much. I've been ignoring it for the last week, and it's just getting angrier and angrier. It pounds on the doors so hard that they shake, and it tries to slam them when you're passing through. I've woken up with scratches on my neck, my back. My son comes home for Christmas in 5 days. I'm afraid for his safety, but if I say why, he'll think that my drinking has gotten worse. Well, seeing is believing, so maybe we'll go to my brother's once he knows I'm not crazy. Of course, I would much rather get rid of this thing. I'm willing to try a priest, but I don't go to church, and the ones I've called have all hung up on me. I even visited a few, but they ended up asking me to leave. I really don't know what to do. I want to start this off by saying that I'm a skeptic. I don't believe anything I haven't seen a scientific explanation for. And I even thought hypnotism was a scam until I got to know a hypnotist and I saw it work for real. I typically rationalize anything which cannot be explained by referring to nebulous explanations based on chance reflections of parallel universes. However, Even though the episode I'm about to relate happened over 25 years ago, it's still very clear in my memory. I was 18 at the time. I'd recently acquired a full driver's license, and I'd borrowed my father's car, taken a few friends to a pub out in the countryside for a couple of quiet drinks on a Saturday night. After the pub closed, which it did after 10:30 p.m. in those days, we drove to a nearby town in search of a snack. We all had school the next day. Most of us were completely sober, including me, obviously. Being fairly late, the town was deserted and the only place open was McDonald's. They were also about to close, so we got some burgers and sat down at the window. There weren't really any other customers in there, and the staff were starting their final sweep around, ready to make a sharp exit as soon as it got to be 11 p.m. We had only just sat down when an elderly woman appeared at the table next to us. She didn't look quite put together nor scruffy. She didn't look homeless, but her clothes seemed somewhat old or worn. She immediately engaged all of us in conversation, which started off innocent and friendly, but rapidly became quite personal. The woman seemed to know an awful lot about us, even though none of us had ever seen her in our lives, and we didn't really know anyone in this town. She was alert and animated and spoke quickly, singling out people from the group in turn and discussing specific details of their lives. She had no possible way of knowing this information. Early in the exchange, she turned to me and said, "Of course, your grandfather was an engineer, wasn't he?" He was an engineer, but he died in 1951 and had never lived in the area, so she couldn't have known him. My friends were laughing along with her at first, but they went quiet one by one as she delivered more and more details that could not be determined by simple cold reading or written off as random statements. Unlike a fairground fortune teller, her statements were very specific, and she dominated the conversation in a way that someone mining for information would not. She spontaneously started speaking in French to one of my female friends who understood the language, and then veered off into another language, which could have been Latin. She started to reassure people about very specific concerns that they'd had, ones that they'd not discussed or needed advice on, making occasional references to various deceased relatives. By this time, my female friends were visibly upset, and my male friends, who had had a couple beers, were dumbstruck. The woman stood and announced that she must go, as she was disturbing us. She headed for the door, and as it was now late and the staff were looking like they wanted to go home, we stood up and followed her out of the restaurant. And here's the punchline. I was no more than a few paces behind her as she went through the first two doors leading onto the street. The exit was on the corner of the building and opened onto the intersection of two shopping streets. There were no other doorways, alleyways, or streets, none that could conceal anyone near the exit. But when I got outside, the woman had disappeared. All there was were two completely empty streets. No cars, no pedestrians. Just shops closed for the night. Every time I've been back there since, I've stood there and wondered where she could have gone. We had a 15-minute journey home in the car, and there were floods of tears. Everyone was hysterical. I guess you had to be there, but it was scary in a deeply unsettling way. Several years ago, I worked at a value village on Evergreen Way when I was just released from prison for armed robbery. Value Village is a secondhand store, a good part-time job. It helped me maintain my sobriety. I was able to obtain a steady income and get off the streets after saving my first 2 paychecks. I met the only couple of people that have ever been kind to me there. My boss, Anthony, and my closing partner, TT, aka Little T or T. Rest in peace, T. This story takes place probably 15, 17 years ago, and she was as close to dust as you could get when I met her. The bad part, this Value Village was as haunted could be. I do believe that now. The city itself, it's a miserable mess. Maybe it was the city that was haunted, and the ghost just waltzed around wherever. I'm pretty sure that every community has a well-off part of town and a poor part of town. This area is at the very tip of the poor spectrum. You can't get much more grimy than Evergreen Way. A random night, as a closer, is close to the end of the night. No more shoppers. I'm cleaning aisles and reorganizing the items that people decided they didn't want but couldn't bother to bring themselves to put it where they found it. T's out on a smoke break. I'm close to the front of the store. While I'm sweeping around the jewelry section, I hear a very familiar squeak. I look up, and I see one of the shopping carts slowly moving down an aisle 3 or 4 rows down. All of the carts had these long red poles connected to them to deter people from shoplifting or taking the carts altogether. I stand there and I watch this thing squeak from one end to the other before coming to a stop. Again, I'm at the front of the store. I would have seen someone enter. Still, I say, "Hello?" But nobody answers, so I return to what I was doing. A few seconds later, when my back's turned away, a distant wheel began to clunk and squeak again. I spin around. I watch the same shopping cart moving back just as slowly as it had the first time. That makes the hair stand up on my arms. Holding the broom like a katana, I walk to the aisle that the carts were sitting in. When I get there, the aisles are empty. Panning my head around, I quickly notice that a lot of shopping carts are slowly moving, coming to life. Moving in various directions in the aisle. I decided I didn't really want any part of what was going on there, so I turned around. This didn't help me from screaming like a child, though. As I turned to walk away, I could hear the carts escalating in speed behind me. I let out a yip more cowardly than I'd like to admit as I left the aisle with the carts. Right around the corner is T. I practically collided with her and we both screamed. She asked me what the hell I was doing running around and making noise. I told her straight up, those shopping carts are possessed. Without hesitation, I walked her over to turn the corner into the possessed aisle. Of course, they weren't moving. But that's when T says, "Yo, I know." Apparently, this has happened to her a few times. Why she never told me, I don't know. But now, she told me she'd practically been hit with these carts in the past, that they'd clipped the back of her legs one night while working alone. As she's telling me this, several red poles of several shopping carts begin to vibrate and shake. The two of us stood there, watching as the shopping carts continued to tremble. It was like an invisible force was forcefully trying to communicate with us through these objects. T and I exchanged a couple of glances, mine more nervous than hers. Even with the moral support of someone else, I didn't know what to do next. As the vibrations intensified, T suddenly spoke out. When I gave her a look like, "What the hell are you doing?" she told me that she knew this place was haunted. She said as much, and then she asked the ghosts to talk to her. Followed it up with, "What do you need?" I'll give her some credit. It took me from scared to entertained pretty quick. It's hard to say exactly what I believed in that moment, but I certainly didn't think I was going to be speaking with ghosts. T stuck out her arms in front of her, as if she knew what was going to happen next. To my personal astonishment, at the same time the vibrations ceased. The carts were becoming still. It was as if they were waiting for whatever T was doing. I noticed her eyes were closed. I watched as she took a deep breath and began speaking softly. At the moment, though, it just kind of looked like something crazy. Before I knew it, she was whacking me on the shoulder and whispering for me to close my eyes. So I did. And T was asking questions, whispering things and being still. Took everything in me to keep my eyes closed and show some patience. I heard the rustling of tags hanging on items nearby. The air felt different, and I couldn't help it. I couldn't keep my eyes closed any longer. I opened my eyes the moment I heard a faint whisper echo through the space. It was barely audible, but distinct enough for me to hear. It said, "Harper." Well, I thought it said Harper, but after scolding me for opening my eyes, T said that she was sure it said, "Help her." For a moment, we lightly argued about what the voice could have said, but I was feeling increasingly more uncomfortable. It's not like it was malevolence I felt, but I wasn't experienced in talking with ghosts. Long story short, I wanted to go home. In a series of whispers and my inability to distinguish T's from the spirits, I asked that we speed this along and get to finishing closing. T asked if I wanted to just go, that she would stay behind. I considered it, but she laughed, saying that all the whispers had subsided anyway, jokingly blaming me for scaring them away. That night, T told me about her various experiences in the store, and then she told me that if I could hear those whispers too, it likely wouldn't be the last time that I experienced something. And well, T, rest in peace, my friend. And though I know you're not around to know it, I don't know how these things work. You were right. Fast forward, I still live in the same town 15 plus years later, and the store itself still exists. I work for the company that's hired to do landscaping for this portion of the city, and one day over the last year I decided to pop inside to see my old boss. I wanted to see if he was working. He was always a great person. I wanted to chat with him as possible. Honestly, I just had this odd feeling to go visit him before leaving town that day. On my way inside, I see him walking from the back of the store. He gives me a wave through the glass windows. He smiles and then takes a hard right out of view. When I get inside, I don't immediately see him anywhere. I ask around. One gal doesn't even know who I'm talking about, but another one does. She asks how I knew Anthony, and I told her the whole story, and she regrets to inform me that Anthony passed away. Heart failure. He had died at work. I asked the gal if she was absolutely positive we were talking about the same guy, the same Anthony. She told me that he's the only one she ever knew to manage the store for multiple years. She repeated his last name back to me, and it was Anthony. So, who did I see? I looked throughout the store, hung around far too long, trying to see if anyone matching his exact description was in the store. No such luck. I've accepted that I saw Anthony. I can't explain it, but I can't very well explain what happened in that store with me and T either. And just because I can't fully understand it doesn't mean it didn't happen. Thanks for reading. If you have similar experiences, I'd really like to hear them. Or I guess just know that you're not alone in yours. My buddy Alonzo would never forgive me if he found out I was still telling this story 10 plus years out of high school. Well, we had a mutual friend named Chico who wanted to go tag an abandoned office building. It was located in an old business park that was equally as desolate. Most of the buildings were already demolished. But further down the lane, there was another building. Chico told us about him finding it. He hadn't been through it yet, though. You never know who could be living in there, so it's safer having a crew. It was a Sunday morning when we went down there. I met up with Chico and we picked up Alonzo at the church. He was dressed in his Sunday best, looking like a cheese ball. Crazy bastard had a gun tucked in his pants the whole service. He brought it just in case we did end up running into a dangerous situation. I had a backpack filled with an assortment of chemical colors. We were all relatively talented graffiti artists at the time. We weren't vandals. Our art was not sloppy. We didn't tag uninspired. If there wasn't time for the job, we wouldn't start it. Our plan was to pick one wall and make it something beautiful. We had portable lights and a small stepladder packed in the back. fully prepared to create a masterpiece that day. The entrance of the business park was overgrown with new foliage. The narrow road that led us through the rows of empty land, the greenery made it hard to find evidence that there were buildings there to begin with. The broken pavement made Chico's car shake and bounce us off the walls. The shock absorbers on his suspension were completely worn to the ground, and we felt every bump. The road got so bad, we had to park the car, grab all of our stuff, and walk the rest of the way. Deep back behind a row of trees, bushes, and thorns, we finally get to this office building Chico's been talking up. It was almost untouched by the nature around it. The parking lot was non-existent. The sidewalk, concrete, broken up with weeds like the rest of the pavement. But aside from everything else around it, I remember this building looked like it could have still been up and running. Pristine condition. A 2-story canvas of steel and concrete. There weren't many windows on the outside, and when we walked inside, it was nearly pitch black. Entering wasn't a problem. The front doors were closed, but not locked. The smell of mold hung heavy in the air. We put on our masks before we even busted out the paint, just so we didn't have to breathe in the stale air. Earlier in the week, we'd drawn up a blueprint sketch of the image that we were going to do. It incorporated all of our insignias. The design went through many drafts before we landed on the perfect one. Now, all we had to do was find the perfect wall. Unobstructed by drinking fountains or cubicle walls blocking its view, we dumped our gear and backpacks on the tile floor in the entryway and got out our portable lights. Past the front reception desk were aisles of cubicles and offices behind closed doors. The papers scattered all across the floor led me to believe this used to be an insurance firm. Deeper in the building, we came across an elevator we assumed didn't work. I jokingly pushed the buttons on the wall. None of them lit up, but miraculously, the metal door to the elevator slid open, and the light inside was on. It was really freaky. Nothing else looked to have power running through it, but the elevator was still functioning. We dared each other to go in. Alonzo was the first to volunteer. He pulled the gun from his pants, acted all tough walking into the elevator, scoffing as he passed us. Chico and I stand outside the elevator and watch Alonzo's smug face disappear behind the metal sliding door. We hear the gears of the elevator start to lurch and clink. It actually started moving. Just as it did, we heard Alonzo start screaming like we've never heard before. But given the circumstances, we both thought he was trying to fool us. But then we heard the gun go off and the zing, zing, zing sound of a bullet ricocheting off the metal interior of the elevator. It caused both of us to jump and run to the elevator doors and attempt to pry them open. As much as we tried to pull, they wouldn't budge until the elevator made its way back down and opened automatically. When the doors slid open, Alonzo falls out backwards in hysterics. Tears were falling down his face, while still continuing to scream like spiders were on him. Alonzo gets to his feet and runs out the front. We follow him out and ask what happened. I thought he shot himself in there, but I couldn't see any blood on him. But whatever happened, he pissed his pants. Chico and I probably could have been more sympathetic to our friend, but I think we were just in shock at how wild Alonzo was acting. First thing he says is, "Shit, I dropped my strap in there." I said I'd go retrieve it, and with tears still coming down his cheeks, Alonzo straight up grabs me and says, "Wait, don't." I'm like, "Get off me, dude, chill, what's wrong?" Then Alonzo tells us what happened when he walked into the elevator and the doors shut. The light, it turned off again. Standing in complete darkness, he heard something moving around above him in the elevator shaft. Then he heard the emergency escape hatch open enough for him to look up and be able to see the light from the second floor door. Then that light and depth that he was staring at became blocked by a human figure. 2 glowing red eyes looked down at him through the square hatch. That's when he screamed and fired the gun. It was crawling in head first towards him when the door opened back up. It was obvious he wasn't messing with us. Chico and I stood there with our jaws practically dropped, listening to Alonzo sob out his story. Hearing what had happened made me and Chico want to go in there again, just to see if Alonzo was messing with us, or to see if we'd experience anything. We were scared, at least I was, but I couldn't not try. Amidst his pleas for us to stay with him, Chico reasoned that we couldn't leave a loaded gun sitting in this building. It wouldn't be responsible of us. So, me and Chico left Alonzo sitting on the grass outside as we went to retrieve the boomstick he'd left behind. All of our gear was still laying by the reception desk anyway. We would have eventually had to go inside to get our stuff regardless, so we might as well get it all now, we thought. Chico and I both walked past the lights and paint, making a beeline to the elevator. Chico presses the button and the doors roll open again. The light is on, and it's the only thing illuminating the building. The gun's laying on the ground in the corner. When we walk in, Chico grabs the gun and we both look up. The emergency hatch is indeed open, like Alonzo said. We can see up into the hollow black structure. Through the hanging wires and equipment, we can see a sliver of light above us. Then I press the F2 button and the doors slide shut. Just like Alonzo said, the lights then turned out again before the elevator started to shake alive. I think Chico and I were both getting nervous. Neither of us would admit it, though. Standing in the small black room, I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. I looked up, stared at the sliver of light as we got closer to it, then past it. Then our doors opened, and it was our first time seeing the second floor. It was beautiful. Large windows overlooking the forest behind the building. We didn't step out and explore, though, because we didn't want to leave Alonzo out there by himself for too long. Pressing the F1 button shut the doors again and brought us back downstairs, just as anticlimactic as the first time we ventured up. We brought everything outside and met Alonzo back on the grass. He asks, "Did you see it?" We shake our heads no and laugh at Alonzo. He never backed down, though. Good for him. Truth be told, I fully expected to see something, and I fully believed Alonzo. It's just that when we didn't get to witness anything ourselves, I guess we felt more emboldened to laugh in Alonzo's face. Either way, none of us ever got up the nerve to go back to that spot ever again. I'm a preschool teacher. The school I work at serves primarily Section 8 housing. Our funding for the school is low on resources across the board. Low staffing, low quality, and low quantity of classroom materials, low access to grants. I could go on, but I digress. Because all educators know, our job is to create the future. I just so happen to work in an area where a lot of futures have a 50-50 shot of going to prison or breaking the cycle. The elementary school my students end up going to is down the block from the preschool. I've seen success stories, triumphs against all odds, but alongside those star students are a million that will eventually grow up to fill the shoes of an adult who grew up in their similar circumstances, etched into their being. A vicious cycle, if you will. My partner tells me that I've grown colder to the world. I can't help but to agree. Here's an example of thoughts that have actually gone through my head this week. I'd only admit this through anonymity. But driving to work, I assist with preparing breakfast for the children that arrive early, so it's usually dark on my drive there. I was driving, entering city limits, where I'm usually met with a cluster of junkies on the sidewalk, hunched over, nodding off. This morning, I can see a shirtless man with a shopping cart zigzagging in the middle of a 3-lane highway. Speed limit's 45 on that road. I maintained 45 miles per hour and continued down the lane I was originally traveling in, thinking, I'm not stopping or swerving if this guy wanders in front of me. I'm in the very right lane. He's giving me a 1 to 3 chance that I can take the day off. I'd call my boss from the scene of the accident, tell him some homeless man just jumped through my windshield. He'd obviously not expect me to be coming in after something like that. The shopping cart would probably get so fucking embedded in the grill of my car that I couldn't very well drive it to work even if my boss did expect me to come in. The S pattern this guy's doing looks like it's coming back into my lane. I'm 100 yards away, 45 miles an hour. I'm driving a little over 20 yards per second. It's a 5 count. I come within inches of clipping him. In my rearview mirror, I watch him drift into the middle lane and continue his highway escapade, completely oblivious to how very close he came to dying. I'm sure my future self is glad it didn't happen, but at the time, I had no empathy for that man or his situation. So, to say I'm mentally exhausted would be the understatement of the year. But my spirit stays strong for the children in my classroom. It makes my day brighter when I can make their day brighter, as they come into my classroom from the hell their subjective home life provides them. So now comes the story that brings me here, I guess. A few months ago, a new student enrolled and was placed into my classroom. The guardians of the child, who we'll call Leon, consisted of his mother, Sasha, a 20-year-old woman who spoke English as a second language. Our primary communication and translator for the family was a man named Angelo. He was Leon's uncle and second guardian. Angelo was also in his 20s and Sasha's brother. The three of them lived in low-income housing apartments provided by the state. Sasha worked at a fast food restaurant. Angelo worked at a hotel. They both worked long hours on switch shifts in order to be there for Leon. Angelo was also taking online classes trying to get his degree. They were the epitome of everything our preschool strived for with our families, working hard for a better future. Where I work, it's not luxurious. It's not supposed to be. It should feel like liminal space. You can find a better, safer place to live, but only if you work for it. Some people are content with this life. The apartments around my school will always be filled. But there will also be tenants who use this as a stepping stone to move up, and that's the goal. It's the reason I show up to work, to show hope to the hopeless, give a boost to the fighters who deserve more than what life has provided. At the beginning of this month, Leon wasn't in attendance for a whole week. The office told me that his mom called sounding distraught, told them that it was a family emergency. Because of her limited English, she wasn't able to explain or advise when Leon would be back. On that Friday, after the children had left, I was organizing my classroom, preparing take-home packets as next week was the final week before spring break. I'm shuffling through papers at my desk when I hear a gentle knock on one of the glass windows on the other side of the room. I look up and it's Angelo. He waves at me, and I was happy to see him standing there. I came out from around my desk, and I go out the side door to greet him. I had so many questions. I didn't want to overstep my boundaries, but I really cared about this family. When I come out, I'm like, Angelo, hey man, it's so good to see you. Sasha called, told us there was an emergency. How's it going? Is Leon okay? Angelo smiles, and he tells me everything will be all right, that Leon will be in class on Monday. I'm so relieved. I leave my questions there. He tells me, thank you for all the love. I said something like, of course, man, thanks for being you. He leaves, and I go back into my classroom to finish the last of my tasks before going home. The weekend passes and Monday comes. Leon's in class. He's noticeably somber. Midday, having his friends back around him made his heart perk up a little. He was conversing more with his peers. Throughout the day, I would ask, how are you feeling? And it was finally met with an answer instead of the silence he'd been holding on to. With a sigh, he tells me, Tio's gone. I say that I'm sorry to hear that. Then another child distracts Leon's attention with a dinosaur toy, and I'm grateful to see his eyes light up again. I try not to give him any more reasons to think about something sad that day. That afternoon, Sasha comes to pick up Leon. A friend from work has accompanied her, and she introduces herself and tells me Sasha brought me so I can explain what happened. Leon runs up and grabs Sasha's leg. The woman tells me that Angelo unalived himself last Monday. The cops were at Sasha's door as she was waking up that morning. 3 hours earlier, a man had jumped from the roof of the hotel building, and they needed her to identify the body. I'm in disbelief. I begin to stammer out that I just saw him on Friday, but tears quickly begin to fill the bottoms of my eyelids. Whatever I saw outside my window last week could mentally be sorted out later. At that moment, I knew not to protest. I couldn't stop the tears from forming in my eyes, and they immediately filled my eyes when I accepted the news as truth. I told her thank you. Sasha and I didn't engage with words. I didn't want to completely break down in front of my student. I had to be strong. I put my hand on her shoulder, and we looked at each other before they turned around and left. I really don't know how to end this. I really don't know why I started writing it to begin with. I do feel better for it, though. The world is dark, and it only becomes more opaque the longer you look. All you can do is try your best to make it a better place, and hope the next person will do the same. Be kind to one another. You don't know what real horrors families face every day. What you have does not make you who you are. Several years ago, my husband and I purchased our first home in Hoquiam, Washington. We grew up in Grace Harbor and never wanted to leave the coast. It's near the only McDonald's in town. If you know Hoquiam, you know the general 3-block radius I'm talking about. Though we don't live there anymore, I don't want to get too specific and have some crazy Christian burn down this house, thinking the devil's in it. And when I say crazy, I mean meth head. And when I say Christian, I mean meth head. When we purchased this house, the lumber yards were still rolling relatively strong in Aberdeen, which was good for Hoquiam. It was a bustling city with so much potential. That would end a few years after the purchase of our home. While we lived there, Devin was a police officer in Ocean Shores, and I worked at the bank in Aberdeen. The house next to ours had a for sale sign outside of it the first half of the year that we lived there. Then another sign was put up saying, new reduced price. It would be the next summer when it finally sold to a family with another little girl around Tilly's age. The girls instantly became best friends, and their front yard friendship was the icebreaker for the adults to meet and mingle. Devin and I invited them over for 4th of July for a barbecue. We all hit it off, and the drinks and unfiltered conversations began to flow that night. While the husbands are in the street lighting off fireworks with the kids and other neighbors partying on the block, I'm standing with the wife, Gretchen. She's a short native girl from Tohola and has a mouth of a sailor when she drinks. She leans in real close and says, "Can I ask you something without you thinking I'm batshit crazy?" I'm thinking, dang, is she going to say something really batshit crazy right now? Because I'd really like my daughter to be able to continue playing with her new best friend. So I ask straight up, "How crazy are you talking?" Praying that she doesn't ask to get high in my bathroom, but she hits me with a curveball and says that she thinks their house is haunted. I'm like, oh, word? She asks me if I know anything about the history of the house, but I tell her we just moved into ours a couple years ago, and that their house had been up for sale until they moved in. Gretchen asked if we've experienced anything otherworldly happening at our place, then asks if I've ever felt like I'd fallen out of reality, like a sudden rush of irrational, heart-racing fear when nothing is around. The topic continues as the men come back, and while the girls play in Tilly's room, me and Dev sit with our jaws hanging open as Gretchen and Stevie trade stories about the real haunted house batshittery going on next door. From disembodied footsteps and whispers to Stevie pulling out his big beer belly and showing us 3 long purple scratches wrapping across his ribs. Faucets turning on and off randomly through the night, cupboards slamming. Super scary shit. The scariest being when Gretchen told us that their daughter almost drowned in the bathtub a few days prior. Gretchen was shampooing her daughter's hair. when she felt her daughter's head get pulled from her hands. She sank underwater, and at first, Gretchen thought that she was playing a joke, so she waited just a second for her to pop back up. But as Gretchen watched the shampoo bubbles begin to pop and melt in the water, she saw her daughter at the bottom of the tub, with her eyes and mouth wide open. A look of horror was frozen on her face. But there were no bubbles coming from her nose or mouth. Seeing this, Gretchen quickly pulls her body from the water. She was breathing, but her body and expression went limp and lifeless when she left the water. Gretchen and Stevie threw her into the truck and ripped out to the hospital up the hill. Doctors there couldn't find anything wrong with her. As the conversation continued, we drunkenly joked that they were always welcome to stay at our place any time the paranormal stuff became too much. Then, almost immediately after our small laughter subsided, like we manifested that to be the plan for the night, Dev points out the window and goes, "No fucking way." I go look out the blinds over to Gretchen and Stevie's house. From the side window, we can see their kitchen window and a bedroom window on the floor above. In that window, we watch as the light in the room turns on and off over and over. Gretchen and Stevie don't even leave the table to look. To this day, I don't know why they would all go home that night, even after Dev had offered them the guest bedroom. I guess it was that liquid courage on Stevie's prideful lips. It evoked his alpha male alter ego. I also think that he was trying to show off to my cop husband, but he stood up and was like, "Fuck that. I'm not getting kicked out of my house." His drunk ass storms up the stairs and kicks open the door of our daughter's bedroom, scaring the shit out of the sleeping girls. He grabs his daughter and the family leave that night, determined to handle their poltergeist problem. Devin and I are just kind of stunned, a little drunk, but mainly a bit concerned for our neighbors. Like a bunch of creeps, we post up by the side window and see if we can catch any of the action. For the most part, the house seems asleep, but every few minutes, just as I would get bored, the lights would start flickering in various rooms of the house. I realized this was something that probably had been happening all the time, but just come to our attention that night. Gretchen and I follow up the next day. She says that she and Stevie are having a disagreement about how to handle the problem. Stevie wanted to bring in a priest, whereas Gretchen wanted to bring in an authentic shaman or move altogether. I was in no more of a position then than I am now to be suggesting things, but I told her that in the interim, she and her family were welcome to stay with us. They were gone before the end of the summer. Though we didn't experience the happenings ourselves, the area just felt a bit more dim without the family next door. And this home sat vacant once more, only now we had this weird knowledge of strange happenings going on inside. That house stayed empty until we moved almost 2 years later, and it always made me uncomfortable. Comparatively, our house was only on the market for a few months before it sold. We opted not to disclose to the buyers that they had a haunted house next door, but I'm sure they figured it out eventually. Oddly enough, it wasn't even the ghost house that made us eventually sell, and I'm still proud to be from the harbor. Go Grizzlies. That being said, we moved to Texas after one of those crazy meth heads tried to lure our daughter out of our front yard. The homeless addict population growth was becoming an epidemic, and we couldn't raise our Tilly in that mess. So we moved. Well, that's all I've got as far as ghost stories, so thanks for reading. Senior year, 2011. My dad and I are driving home one late night after one of my volleyball tournaments. We live in Elma, Washington, which, if you don't know, it's rural as hell. With rural comes a lot of long roads, usually leading to nothing but houses and farmland. Our house is down one of those long roads. We've driven it 1,000 times, I'd have to guess. I even learned to drive on this road. It's not incredibly wide, that's for sure, or well lit, though it's rarely populated. We're never driving that fast because we don't hate our community. Plus, that night it was raining, and that's another reason to drive slower. Anyway, it was dark, raining. We'd been driving for over 2 hours, and I'd been dozing in and out most of that time. but now that we were on our road, I was bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. My dad was driving slowly, but I couldn't wait to be home, and I was already gathering my stuff, looking for my phone. My dad telling me to just wait a second when we have some light. I don't listen, turn on the cab light briefly. I go to unbuckle my seatbelt, and he asks me sternly if I'm serious, and tells me, "Don't even think about unbuckling that." This time I listened. I found my phone, so I turned off the light. As I switch the light off, I'm looking forward out the window. My dad and I both gasp at the exact same time. There's a man standing in the middle of the road. He only becomes visible just before there's no time to stop. Suddenly, my dad is swerving hard to the left, going clear into the other lane. He tried to overcorrect, and the combination of the rain and last-minute maneuvering, we didn't make a full 360, landed ourselves in the ditch. My dad checks to see if I'm okay, and thankfully, I'm fine. Once he confirms this, he immediately leaves the car and runs to the road. I grab my phone and follow him up the embankment. Just as my dad is about to reach the road, a blinding blue light flashes in front of us, lights up the whole area like it's daytime, just for a second, before darkness takes over again. My dad had sort of stumbled back, and I was there to help brace his fall. I asked him, even though I knew the answer, "Was that lightning?" He keeps going up towards the road. We search for the man on the road, but it's like he'd vanished into thin air. There's no driveways close enough. We were on the only side of the road that someone could be walking on. The surrounding area, it's nothing but scattered trees and open land. No man anywhere. My dad holds his phone over the road, where we'd seen the man. He tells me to look at it. When I do, I can see there's a blackened piece of the road, like someone had burned it, similar to when you light off a firework. It didn't seem incredibly significant, but my dad was sure hyper-focused on it. Then suddenly his phone rings, and it breaks his concentration after giving both of us the jump scare of our lives. Already too many for one night. It's my mom. So my dad quickly explains he needs her to come pull us out of the ditch with the other rig. While waiting for her, my dad says to me, "You know that wasn't lightning, right?" I had a feeling, I told him, especially when no thunder rolled in. I asked what he thought it was. He just told me he didn't really know, but that the mark on the road, the guy, and the light, they all seemed to appear in the exact same spot. Once my mom showed up, we used the headlights of the truck to scan the area, see if we'd missed anything in the vicinity, but there was nothing or no one out there with us. My parents were talking about it when we got home. My dad was still fired up about the whole thing, kept wondering if he should go out there and look for the guy or what. My mom convinced him to stay inside, saying that she's going to report what we saw to the police and let them check it out. When she asks us what he was wearing, what we saw, we both just sort of look at each other. What had they been wearing? I told my dad I couldn't be sure, but it looked like maybe he was wearing all one color. He sort of shook his head, no, but agreed verbally that, yeah, maybe all one color, like gray or some sort of blue. We couldn't seem to agree on the color. In fact, the more we thought about it, the less we could recall. Also, now sitting in the light of the dining room, it's obvious that my dad has some sort of markings or burns on his forearms and face. They look like sunburns, but in a line going horizontally across his upper body. We decided that the only thing that could have caused this was the bright light that flashed for a moment as we made our way up the embankment. My mom starts checking me over, looking for marks. Nothing, but she ordered both of us to take showers. This is probably a good time to mention that my mom is big on X-Files. She loves her aliens and fantasy shows. My dad too, but sci-fi, if you will, it's her favorite. She starts talking about how she saw that flash of light, chalked it up to lightning, till there was no thunder. She says that she knew my dad was about to call her, and that's why she called my dad. She also points out how it's odd that neither of us hit our heads, but we seem to be having memory problems from the last hour. We couldn't deny that what she was saying wasn't entirely insane. It was actually odd how we couldn't really recall any details of the figure in the road, and that we'd even started calling it the figure instead of the man. But I felt like I'd retained enough to grasp onto the fact that who or what we saw was a man. He was at least in the shape of one when we almost collided with him in our car. The whole thing, it still just leaves this unsettling oddity feeling. Like my dad and I try to laugh it off sometimes, yet it always leads back to this place where I know we're both just sitting there, thinking about it, wondering, speculating. Just something we'll never really have an answer for, I suppose. I had a serious car accident in Dallas, struck from behind on the I-635 North and the I-35 West split. The car in front of me came to a dead stop, while the traffic was 8 lanes full of cars, doing 75 miles an hour. 4 lanes split off to the left, 4 lanes to the right. I was in the left lane of the one splitting to the right, and obviously the car in front of me had veered and the driver decided to stop, back up, and go left instead of right. Slammed on my brakes, and I swerved to the left to the guardrail. That ends there. I think in that moment I'm going to die. I breathe a sense of relief when the car stopped, before going over the ledge and without hitting the stupid car in front of me, which had since moved on. The next thing, I was waking up from unconsciousness, and my entire car was destroyed. My head was turning, looking straight up at the roof, which was crinkled. I thought, oh my God, I've damaged my mother's car, as if I were a teenager, and passed out. It was not my mother's car. I was over 30, on my way to work in North Dallas. My mother works in Arlington. I woke up repeatedly, seeing the same crinkled roof above me and screaming crazy things like, "Where's Nicole? Where's my baby girl?" One time I woke up and a woman had gotten into my car. She was sitting in the passenger seat, and she held my hand. She soothingly told me that everything would be all right. I felt such warmth from her. I passed out, and I woke up and I saw her, felt her, holding my hand a few times. I remember her so vividly. So finally, one time when I woke up, I was in an ambulance. It had 2 beds. I asked the man in the bed across from me what happened. He said that he was behind me in an old Dodge Ram van, and after I swerved, he saw the stopped car and swerved too, but he didn't brake fast enough, and he had hit me and crushed my car. He was shocked, he said. "I can't believe you're alive." I asked, "Where's that lady? I really want to thank her." He replied, "What lady?" "The one who got into my car and sat with me. She held my hand, told me everything was okay, told me my daughter, Nicole, was not with me, that she was at school. She said Nicole's name. She said..." He interrupted. "Lady, nobody got in your car. Believe me. I was shocked when they pulled you out." When I went to see my car at the tow service yard that had removed it, it had been squished like a ball of aluminum between the van and the curved guardrail. It was an Acura, and the only place that was not squished up was where I was sitting. There was no passenger seat. It looked like somebody had cupped a huge hand over me and protected me. I don't know if she was a ghost, an angel, or my imagination, but she felt and sounded real and acted and made me feel like she knew me. I'm grateful. I just saw the strangest thing happen. Thankfully, my husband was driving, so he saw it too. Clear as day. He and I were driving home from the store. We live at a pretty high elevation, and it's been snowing off and on. It's coming down as I'm writing this, but it was only sprinkling lightly while we were driving home. Some accumulation on the grass, things like that. There's a small gravel road behind the grocery store that wraps around to the main street. I was sitting in the passenger seat. We're both looking straight out the window. The winds had been consistently moving the small flakes around, but in front of us, it looks like a focused breeze is swirling a pile of snow. It begins to gather and take the shape of a person walking towards the car. I quietly stared at it in complete disbelief. I thought my eyes had possibly deceived me by mixing the snow on the windshield with the background. But then my husband points to exactly where I'm staring and says, "What's going on over there?" We're about 20 yards away and already driving extra slow. I hate using this as a reference, but I literally can't think of another way to describe what we were watching, other than it looked like when Thanos does that snap thing and turns everyone to dust. It was like that, but reversed, and pure white snow. It was a fully formed, thin, human-shaped figure by the time we approached it. Then, all the snow separated again and fell straight down just before it reached my passenger window. We were both dumbstruck. My husband never lost pace with the 10 miles per hour speed limit on the road. A little further down, we saw another person forming. This one was walking at an angle in a different direction further down the road. We watched again as gusts of wind blew the snowflakes around to create another human shape, but unique to the first one we saw. This one was taller, had broad shoulders. Then, like the first one, after a few seconds of exiting, becoming whole and walking a short distance, the wind scattered the flakes around, back to the grass. We didn't feel threatened or any impending doom. Uneasy, yes, and maybe if more started collecting around us, my account would be different, but mostly I was like, what the hell is happening over here? I'm a bit angry I had to witness something my mind couldn't process. Does snow stick to ghosts? Could this be paranormal? Because me and my husband, both hands down without a doubt, saw two different figures form and disappear in the snow. I can't wait for summer. I live in a city 6 hours away from my hometown, so I can only really afford to drive back for the holidays. Sadly, my mom passed away earlier this year, and I hadn't been able to visit her grave since the funeral. I felt awful about not being able to make the drive sooner, so I really wanted the cemetery to be my first stop when I got to town. Well, I've never been the most punctual person, and it ended up being past midnight when I finally arrived. I wasn't frightened of being in a cemetery so late, but I was ready for some sleep and trying to move fast. The only problem is that it's a really big cemetery, so I got a little turned around trying to find her. After at least 5 or 10 solid minutes of aimless wandering, I realized I had to pee really bad. I hadn't used the bathroom since leaving the house 6 hours in a giant Route 44 power rate ago. It was so late, and I was so far away from the road that I really didn't see anything wrong with stepping away from the graves and relieving myself on a tree. Sue me, I was dying. Afterwards, I decided to make the loop one more time before calling it quits, but right before the turnaround point, I suddenly heard a set of footsteps behind me. I spun around, shocked that anyone else would be there, but I saw no one. That freaked me out. I was positive that I had heard someone on the narrow concrete path just behind me. I called out a few tentative hellos, but there was no response either. Creeped out, I quickened my pace and focused more on getting back than looking for Mom. Ahead, a stretch of the pathway was lined with shady trees on either side, forming a dark tunnel. Inside, there was a tall, dark shadow figure, barely distinguishable from the darkness around it. The sight of it made my blood run cold. It's like it was radiating malice. I've never felt such a sudden and intense shift in the very atmosphere. When I called out another hello, it turned and began charging towards me. I was so startled that I fell over backwards and sat there frozen until the shadow man vanished a few feet away from me. And just like that, it was gone, and the only thing left was a blast of cold air. When I calmed down enough to rise, I walked around the tunnel of trees, too frightened to walk beneath them, and I hurried back to my car. But I think it followed me to my dad's house. We'd never experienced anything remotely paranormal there, yet that night something woke us up, banging on the front door just after 3 a.m. I had been in bed for less than an hour when it happened. Dad came to the entryway a few seconds after myself, and we stared at the Ring doorbell camera as nothing pounded on the door like we owed it money. Worried that it would wake the neighbors, Dad ripped it open mid-knock, and everything fell instantly silent. There was nothing and no one outside. Not knowing what else to do, we returned to bed and slept the rest of the night, but things only got worse over the following days. We've seen stuff fall off of shelves without being touched. Weird cold spots will randomly form and disappear all around the house. And last night, Dad saw a tall shadow figure standing at the foot of his bed. Now it's worth noting, I didn't tell him anything about my experience at the cemetery. He's always been a very logical man. I didn't want him to worry about me losing my mind. Yet he saw the exact thing that I saw, and even felt the same thing that I felt. He said that it gave off such an intensely evil aura that he had never even considered the possibility of an intruder. Whether it was a demon, Satan himself, or something else entirely, he had no clue, only that it wished him harm. He was frozen with fear, and despite having the heat cranked up to a ridiculous 74, it was cold enough to see his breath. Eventually, it disappeared into thin air, and he fell back asleep. He described it to me as a nightmare, but he was so shaken up that I can tell he doesn't believe it was a dream. If I hadn't experienced what I did, or even if I had just told him what had happened, I could probably convince myself that's all it was. But come on, I don't know what to do about any of this. I just know that I can't bring a demon or whatever this is back into his house and then go back to school after New Year's. I can't. God knows he's been through enough. Well, we both have. So I guess my real question is, am I right about this thing being a demon? And if I am, what the hell do I do now? I tried Googling it, but that was pointless. I don't even know where to begin. I didn't realize how complicated all of this stuff could get, and I just want to be done with it. I'm going to tell Dad everything as soon as he gets home from work. Then maybe we can figure it out together. After what he saw last night, I don't think I'll have any trouble convincing him. Okay, well, wish me luck, I suppose. Yesterday, I was surprised to see an old friend's name in my unread messages. His name's Austin. We knew each other from elementary school. He contacted me asking if I remembered a birthday party we'd both been in attendance for. His inquiry wasn't pertaining to the actual festivities, more so what happened adjacent to the party. And boy, did I remember. The birthday was being held at the apartment complex this kid lived in. The family had rented out the cabana for the day. The inside had air hockey, table tennis, and a few arcade games, which were all set to free play during the duration of the rental. Out the back doors was a long path that led to a lake with a dock. That's where most of the kids were playing that day. At that time in my life, I was very self-conscious about my body image. I was quite large compared to my peers, and they wouldn't hesitate to remind me any chance they got. As an adult, I'm able to understand that children are just holistically dumb. Fat jokes were the only low-hanging fruit of comedy their grubby little paws could grasp. But as a kid, it was traumatic. Needless to say, I spent the majority of my time in the cabana, pretending that I was too obsessed with getting high scores in the arcade games to bother with the water. Austin was also in the cabana that day because he had a big cast on his arm from a break he sustained a few months prior. This being the 90s, the small amount of chaperone supervision was focused primarily down by the lake, meaning Austin and I were alone in the cabana for most of the party. Personally, I preferred this, but Austin wanted to sneak away and explore the whole cabana. It was a huge building, and surely there had to be more exciting stuff compared to what was in the designated game room. I don't know what we were expecting to find that would be cooler than what was in the game room, but again, we were holistically dumb. And with no adult in sight, Austin and I opened the unlocked staff-only door located on one of these walls. The door led into a small hallway that led to a stairwell. Austin led the way as we climbed the flight of stairs. First door we found was locked, so we walked up another flight and tried the next one. It opened. Through this door was another hallway. It was dark. Keeping the stairwell door open, we used the light to search for a light switch, but there were none on the walls. I looked up, and there weren't even light fixtures on the ceiling, almost like it was under construction, but from the stairwell glow, the rest of the visible hallway looked intact. Clean carpet, no musky odors. We could also see another door directly across the way. It was a large glass door. It looked slightly illuminated from the sunlight coming in from the room's windows. Seeing that as our next destination, we let the stairwell door close behind us, turning the hallway black again, aside from the light emanating from the glass door in front of us. It was about 20 paces from where we were, but we were both a bit spooked, standing in the dark, quiet hallway. Austin was more hesitant to take the lead this time, and we walked parallel, approaching the door. After the first few steps, I began to feel that overwhelming sense of dread, like something was waiting to grab us from the shadows. The only reason I continued walking was because I didn't want to look like a baby in front of a new potential friend. Out of nowhere, Austin says, "What?" And so I say, "What?" And he says, "Were you just whispering?" I say no, and he gives a forced laugh and says, "Oh, weird." Most likely trying not to look like a baby in front of a new potential friend. So we continue towards the glass door. The sense of dread has only grown in my stomach, and I swear I see movement in the black around us. I don't know if I actually saw the dark moving, but to this day, I haven't seen anything like what I was seeing in that hallway. It was like waves of shadows rippling around the walls. My eyes couldn't comprehend exactly what I was seeing. Then, I feel Austin's cast pressed against my chest, stopping my stride. He doesn't have to tell me why we stopped, because when I stare directly forward again at the glass door, there's now a silhouette on the other side of the glass, blocking out a portion of the door's light. It stood completely still, examining us from the other side. We froze, holding our breath in fear, until the shadow disappeared like a blink, as if it was never there. The door once again had a soft glow fully engulfing the glass and the carpet in front of the door. It was gone faster than we could react. Austin and I remained statued for a good couple of seconds before our brains told us to panic and run. When we get to the stairwell door, the handle acts as if it's locked, and Austin starts pounding on the door with his cast while we both cry out in terror. It's only after 5 or 6 desperate shakes that the door handle fully turns, and the door pops open into the stairwell with ease. At this point, we're both in tears, absolutely bawling as we run down the stairs back to the cabana game room. When we get back, there's thankfully still no one in there, and we have enough time to go to the bathroom and get cleaned up. We agree that we couldn't tell anyone because we knew that we'd get in trouble for trespassing past the staff-only door. Honestly, after that, the rest of the party was a blur. I don't even remember if I sang happy birthday to the kid before leaving. But 30 years later, and still, I remember that hallway vividly. Unfortunately, being with someone almost makes it worse, because your brain can't just forget it as a distorted child memory. There's someone else out there that shares the very same, very real memory I experienced.